Welcome to the live stream, everyone. I hope you're having a fantastic day out there. Today is the 13th of June, 2026, and we are coming at you live from Amsterdam. We have a lot of topics to get to today. First, the main focus of today's show is going to be back on Gaza. I know we talked a lot about the Iran war in the last few live streams, so I do want to bring it back to one of our classic topics, one of the topics that actually kickstarted this whole concept of Eurozone. We're going to be talking to Ahmed, who is live on the ground in Gaza. So he's going to be telling us what the situation looks like day to day right now in 2026. We're going to be talking to someone from Geef Tegengas, who is that's basically a Dutch activist group who practice direct action, and interviewing him to see why he joined the movement and what comes next for the movement, because I know they're going to be escalating a lot in their direct action here in June. We're also going to talk to Phoebe O'Brien, who has been following the story in the UK with the judge who, of course, just sentenced 5 Palestine action activists to more than 20 or to 25 years of jail time combined. So yeah, Europe continues down their path of complicity, and the genocide itself is starting to be uncovered with more and more details coming out. We're going to be covering a piece from The Lancet, which just shows the devastation in Gaza completely and transparently. So we have a lot of topics to get to. After that, if there's time, which hopefully there is, we'll get to Elon Musk becoming the world's first trillionaire, just as a nice way to show the contrast between the horrors of the world and the few rich who seem to have everything. And then if there is a little extra time at the end, we'll go back to the Iran war as per usual. This is Eurozone. We're a free broadcast. We don't take money from anyone. We do this purely for the love of the game. We don't even take donations from you, the viewers. So I am not funded by any country, political PAC, or lobby. I don't even have advertisements or anything like that. So this is 100% independent. It's not just online media like you're used to seeing, right? There's a lot of online medias nowadays that are funded by the same groups that used to fund legacy media. But I am truly independent, which is a whole different thing. Yeah, it's going to be a busy day. Maybe last thing, just to shout out, I'm wearing the Global Samur Flotilla shirt. And we got their poster up here in the background as well. Reason being that they allowed me, or they invited me to host the Global Samur Flotilla conference in Amsterdam 2 days ago. That was quite a fun experience. I was very honored to host a panel interviewing a lot of the Samur Flotilla crew members who just came back, of course, from being kidnapped by Israel. A lot of their faces, if you were there, you would have recognized from some of the earlier interviews we did. And yeah, I hope I can do more work like that. Anyways, let's jump into it. I think we're going to get into the first topic almost immediately here, so that we have enough time to also have all the interviews. So there's nothing left in Gaza. That's the first headline we're going to be covering here. And the subheadline is "The Genocide That Never Ends." So yeah. Let's go. Many people have forgotten about I missed a word there. Let's try again. Many people have forgotten about Gaza and assume the ceasefire marks the end of the genocide. However, nothing could be further from the truth. We are 2 years and 9 months into this genocide that never ends, and we now know that the life expectancy in Gaza has fallen from 75 to 35 years. Stick around to find out what the situation is in Gaza today, and how Israel has violated every single term of the ceasefire. I think the first place to start is obviously this new piece that came from The Lancet. So this is a report that looked into the life expectancy of Gaza, and this is part of how genocides get reported on, especially this one. Even though it was very televised, we were not able to get any journalist into Gaza. Also, the civil servants in Gaza have been completely dismantled, right? There is no organization on the ground counting dead properly and documenting statistics such as life expectancy. So the Lancet finally, after almost 3 years, were able to put that together. And what they found is absolutely horrifying because it completely blows away the misconception that only 73,000 people have died as a result of this genocide. The key statistic there is that the life expectancy before October 7 in Gaza was 75 years, which, by the way, is on par with many Western countries. I believe it's even higher than America, right? So you have quite a normal life expectancy before October 7. Fast forward to 2 years later, and in just 2 years, Israel has halved that number, and it's now 35 years. Meaning that if you're born in Gaza, the average age of your life when it ends will be 35 years. Now, that number is very key because it's all encompassing, right? It takes all the different forms of death and destruction that you can undergo as a person living in Gaza, and it compacts it into one statistic, which is just what is your average lifespan. So let's go over why that is the case, right? First of all, we have a lot of death by bombing that I think, just to cover the obvious ones, this is the number that we're used to seeing, right? 73,000 bodies have been identified in Gaza, and therefore are counted as direct victims of violence of live fire. 57% of those are women, children, and people over the age of 60. And this is very, very key. Israel is not killing combatants in Gaza, clearly. 57% of them are not men of combatant age. They are either children, women, or people over the age of 60. And those 73,000 bodies identified only count those which are precisely that, identified. There are many thousand more bodies hidden under rubble, buried under rubble, hidden behind Israeli defense lines. A lot of them buried on purpose by Israel in a way that they will never be identified. In fact, one of the stories that just came out, or one of the photos that I saw this week, is from the body of a Palestinian man who was buried in concrete, as in they poured concrete over his body. They're also finding mass graves with toddlers having their hands tied behind their back. So babies and children from the age of 1 to 3 who were clearly killed by Israel and had their hands tied behind their back before they were then buried alive by Israel. This is the evidence that is coming out. So that is to say that this number of 73,000 is a complete fantasy, right? In reality, there are, I would assume, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 people who have been killed in direct fire of Israel. But that is not the only cause of death, because on top of that, we have starvation, which officially has thousands of more deaths tied to it. Now, the thing with starvation is they only count the death of starvation if you literally starve to death, as in if you don't have enough food, and that is the only cause of death. But malnutrition, not having enough food to eat, contributes to a lot of other forms of death, right? If you are sick and only have a quarter of the calories that you should have in your intake, in your diet, or if you don't have the vitamins you need, you don't have the fruits you need, you don't have the vegetables you need, you don't have the proteins you need, then of course, whatever other hardships life puts you through will have a much higher likelihood of causing death. What you eat serves as an influence towards all of these other statistics. And of course, Israel from day one said that they were going to cut off all food aid, food, electricity, and water coming into Gaza. So the starvation has obviously led to this huge number drop from 75 to 35 years of life expectancy. On top of that, there is no healthcare in Gaza at all, right? 34 out of the 36 hospitals that were in Gaza before October 7 have been completely destroyed. The remaining 2 have also been partially destroyed. So there is not a single health center in Gaza that is still operating, that stood there before October 7. Almost all of them are completely destroyed. There is no housing in Gaza. There are no buildings, right? 78% of the structures in Gaza, anything that was standing on above the ground, have been leveled and have been turned to rubble. 78% of the buildings in Gaza are now rubble. So there's also nowhere to live. So you don't have healthcare, You have very little food, sometimes no food. You're under constant threat. You're under constant bombardment, live fire, and you have nowhere to live. Obviously, all of that together, um, all of that wrapped together, creates the sort of conditions where life expectancy falls by more than 30 years. More, tent syndrome is what they call it now, because there is no structures left to live in Gaza. Everyone who is still alive is living in tents, or almost everyone, I should say. There's a few lucky people still in houses. Almost everyone is living in tents. 97% of Gaza's water is contaminated because there's no longer any sewage. There's, of course, no trash services because all vehicles have also been destroyed. And there's no way of getting clean drinking water. So all basic infrastructure is completely gone. Everyone is living in tents. And any water you need to drink, you have to get in buckets and carry them, right, to your tent where you can then hopefully find enough peace to drink some water. And whatever trash you produce, whatever sewage you produce, you have no way of disposing of it in a civilized way, as is a human right. Instead, you have to get rid of it manually, right? Which is obviously terrible for the spread of diseases and such. All of that combined creates this tent syndrome where people are dying left, right, and center from preventable disease. And again, once you get sick because of these conditions, you have no doctor to see, right? There's no one, there's no hospital to go to because all of it has been bombed and raided by Israel. And by the way, a key factor there as well, Israel has kidnapped and taken a lot of the doctors that there were in Gaza hostage, right? So you also, even if there is no hospital, but there is also no doctors. They cannot even operate on you in your own tent because the doctors have been taken hostage by Israel. Biggest crimes, just to highlight a few, along this genocide, because I feel like sometimes we forget. Right now it's a little more quiet than usual, but we're going to get to how Israel has resumed the genocide almost at full scale. But just to list a few of the biggest crimes from the last few years. The first one, of course, the complete siege, right? This one was announced on day one. Collective punishment of a whole population with no food, electricity, or water, explicitly being stated, right? No food, electricity, or water being allowed into Gaza. This was the explicit policy of Israel from day one. So from day one, by the way, we should have known this was a genocide. From day one, we should have stopped arming Israel, but we didn't. The next big scandal, if you guys can remember, that was buzzing around the media was when they bombed the first hospital. Israel promised us that it was not them who did it. And then in the next 2 years, they bombed another 34 hospitals. And some of the hospitals where the medical staff refused to leave, Israel went in with soldiers and one by one killed or kidnapped all of the doctors and took them back to Israel, where they are being tortured to this day. Several of Gaza's top medics are still being held in Israeli prisons, being tortured to death, where they are rotting away. The next insane development, if you guys remember, is the Gaza Aid Foundation. First, there was Joe Biden, who tried to create this pier where he tried to bring aid by sea into Gaza, which fell apart instantly. And then they started this Gaza Aid Foundation, where they set up small camps in Gaza with fencing around it, where they would funnel people into lines, right? First of all, the Palestinians, the people in Gaza, would have to walk kilometers in the heat with no food, no water, under constant bombardment, under live fire, in order to get to these few points where the Gaza Aid Foundation would give out food and water. And if you were lucky enough to make it there, it basically was like a red light, green light sort of sadistic game where the Israelis would shoot at you as you were running in to get food. The famous story is that they only gave the people in Gaza 20 minutes to get the food, and then you had to run out. So of course, this is a starving population that all, in a panic, would run at full speed to try to get food. And once those 20 minutes were up and you had grabbed everything you could, they would start shooting bullets at you and people would drop as they were being shot from behind, running away with food. So all of this was essentially just a trap to funnel and systemize the killing of Palestinians. Then, towards the end, especially around the time of the ceasefire, signing of the ceasefire, is the fact that Israel started arming ISIS inside of Gaza and looting aid trucks, right? So when they were finally forced to start sending aid into Gaza, allowing aid into Gaza, they would then place trackers on the aid trucks, which would send a live feed to ISIS in Gaza, telling ISIS exactly where the location is of the aid trucks, so that ISIS, the only with arms given to them by Israel, could go and loot the aid trucks. And with all the aid that they would steal from the aid trucks, they would sell it at higher prices to their own starving population in Gaza in order to make a profit, which they would then use to enrich themselves. So these are mafioso criminals that Israel was arming. Well, I don't know. I think ISIS is already a strong enough word, right? I don't know if calling them mafioso criminals is going to give any more explicit detail. But you get the point. Once they could not fight Hamas directly because they were forced into signing the ceasefire, once they could no longer stop 100% of the aid trucks from coming through, and they had to let some of them through, then they started arming ISIS and funding ISIS in Gaza so that they could steal all the aid so that Palestinians could not get it themselves, and also, of course, so that they could start fighting a civil war against Hamas, which, by the way, ISIS eventually lost. Hamas is still officially the people in power in Gaza. But yeah, that was an absolute dirty trick. Just the brutality of it all, the sadism never ends. And all of that, of course, leaves us with current day, which is that there is nothing left of Gaza. If you see any videos and reports coming at you live from Gaza, most of them are from the sea, the shoreline, because they're all being forced into that tiny little area. The rest of Gaza is just rubble. There is nothing else left, really. I'm going to show you here just an image of what that looks like, because this is what I mean. Look at this. This is the Gaza Strip before October 7th, already a tiny sliver of land. And the yellow area is the part that Israel has taken control of and where they are currently building military bases. So this little sliver here, which by the way is no longer accurate because this is from 9th October 2025. So the yellow line has moved way beyond this, by the way. So really what we're looking at, if I can draw it here with my mouse, is just half of the white area that you see is left for Gaza. So they're literally living along the beach shore and have no access to Egypt, right? That's been cut off completely by Israel now. They cannot go north, they cannot go west, they cannot go anywhere, they cannot go to the sea, they get shot, even if they try to swim, just to enjoy the sea a little bit amongst the horror that they have to live through, they get shot by Israel. So it's not looking good. It's not looking good. It's actually looking terrible. And it's one of the worst crimes of humanity that I've ever had to live through. And it's an absolute shame that this experience, that this brutality continues. Now, there was supposed to be a moment where it all ends, which was the ceasefire, right? And what does a ceasefire mean? A ceasefire means you cease firing, right? If you and I are in a conflict and we sign a truce, then we stop attacking each other. Along with that ceasefire were, of course, a lot of points that both sides agreed to. But Israel, of course, has not fulfilled a single one of their points, whereas Hamas has. So let's go through the list. The first item of a ceasefire is, of course, ceasing fire. Hamas has ceased all fire. Hamas has not killed a single Israeli soldier or civilian since the signing of the ceasefire. However, Israel has killed thousands of Palestinians since the ceasefire. In fact, they have killed more Palestinians since the signing of the ceasefire than Hamas killed on October 7th. So just think about that. All of the Western media that went absolutely insane and covered October 7 over and over and over again, and to this day bring up October 7 as a justification. All of the Western media that hyper-focused on the 1,000 Israelis who died on October 7, 700 of which were civilians, the rest were military personnel. Imagine, just since they signed a ceasefire in Gaza, Israel has killed more civilians than Hamas killed on October 7. So if you are outraged, if you find any anger towards Hamas because of the people they killed on October 7, you should be 10 times more outraged at how Israel continues to murder civilians in Gaza, including after they signed the ceasefire. And of course, the murder of civilians is one thing, right? And of course, that is the most horrific detail. But there is another detail here that I have to mention. Israel signed the ceasefire with Hamas, right? The party that they agreed to cease firing on is called Hamas. Yet, in the last month, they have killed 2 Hamas commanders. And I think last week they killed a third. So they are also not only killing the civilians, but also directly killing the military group that they're supposed to be in a ceasefire with. So what is going on? I mean, this is in no way a ceasefire, right? Next point, hostage exchange. Palestine released every single hostage, live, and also the remains of the dead hostages from Gaza and sent them back to Israel. Israel, in return, released some Palestinian hostages as well, but thousands remain in Israel. Now, I have to be very clear here. Israel did hand over all of the hostages that they agreed to hand over, but as dirty as Israel is, of course, they immediately, after the next day, arrested thousands of people in the West Bank to take thousands of more hostages. And that's the thing with Israel. You cannot really negotiate with them because they have the upper hand in that sense. They can just go in and commit whatever brutality they want to without any backlash. There is no one keeping Israel in check. They have complete and utter impunity. Next point, humanitarian aid. As they signed the ceasefire, Israel was supposed to allow they were supposed to allow a certain number of trucks of humanitarian aid into Gaza every day. I think it was something like 500 or 800 trucks a day. Israel has only allowed 20% of the agreed amount of humanitarian aid to enter Gaza since the ceasefire. So they absolutely did not abide by this point at all. Moreover, the borders this week were completely closed again. When Iran struck Israel in the most recent back and forth between Iran and Israel, they immediately again put collective punishment on Gaza and closed the borders, disallowing any form of humanitarian aid. So they're right back to full genocide, and we're going to go right back to starvation in Gaza. Next point, probably the most important one, military withdrawal, right? Because supposedly, Israel was supposed to start withdrawing from Gaza. Now, in the agreement, there are several stages so that Israel would slowly withdraw and leave. You could argue that those stages have not been fulfilled yet, and therefore Israel is being a bit, has justification to be a bit slow to withdraw. But instead, what Israel has actually been doing is expanding, and that is completely defenseless. There is absolutely no way you can justify or square that circle. In a ceasefire where you're supposed to be slowly withdrawing from the Gaza Strip, how can you be expanding your military operations? How can you be expanding your military bases? How can you be expanding your claim on Gaza? And I'm going to bring up this map that I found in the meantime because it's a little more up to date. This is what we're looking at. Let me get that bigger for you. This is what we're looking at. So that yellow line that I talked about earlier, right, from October 2025, That was where they were supposed to start pulling back from. And slowly they were supposed to leave to the old borders of Gaza, right? The dotted line there. But since then, and this is ABC News, by the way, in no way a pro-Palestine news source, since then, they have moved further into Gaza from the yellow line to where you now see the blue line. And as you can see, the blue line basically leaves nothing but 10% of Gaza left to the Palestinians. And in the remaining area, all across this whole area, they are building military bases. They are demolishing any structure that could be left, clearing it, and building military bases. They want to settle this land and finish off the Palestinians in this concentration camp behind the blue line. That is their end goal, and that is what they are doing every single day. So no, Israel has not abided by this point. They are expanding their military control. They are going further and further into Gaza. They are not anywhere near withdrawing. They are doing the complete opposite. The worst part of this ceasefire, though, by the way, is that it was all endorsed by the United Nations. So the international organization that is meant to bring about peaceful resolutions to conflicts, that is meant to solve genocides, right? That is meant to prevent states from doing these sort of atrocities, not only is nowhere to be found to protect in the protection of Palestinians, but they are actually endorsing this plan. So after the ceasefire, a few months later, you had a UN resolution which was passed by the Security Council, and where Russia and China, by the way, betrayed the Palestinian cause and stayed silent. At the time, I wasn't very harsh against them, but now, seeing what is happening now, I am absolutely going to be harsh against Russia and China. Because how can you betray the global south and allow such a plan to advance? And what did this UN resolution adopt? Again, official diplomatic adoption by the United Nations, which is supposed to be the highest organization of the world. It adopted a resolution where the Board of Peace, which is an American-controlled entity, Donald Trump himself personally, not as a representative of the United States government, not as the head of state of the US, but as a person, personally sits on top of, right? He is personally in control of the Board of Peace for lifetime, by the way. He self-appointed himself king of the Board of Peace for life. This Board of Peace was given control over Gaza with the idea that at some point it would hand over control to the Palestinian Authority. So in this United Nations resolution, Gaza is officially given over to the Americans, to Donald Trump in direct command, with the understanding that at some point it will go to the Palestinian Authority, which is basically a proxy for Israel themselves. If you don't know this, the Palestinian Authority are the ones who control civil society in the West Bank. But they only serve as an extra layer of apartheid and enforcement of the Israeli state inside of the West Bank. If you want to protest against Israel before the IDF, you have between yourself and the Israeli military, you have the Palestinian Authority with their guns aimed at the Palestinian people. They never aim their guns at the Israelis, right? So the Palestinian Authority is basically just a subdivision of the Israeli army. What else did you have in this UN resolution? You had the International Stabilization Forces, basically a US proxy, which would go in and supposedly demilitarize Hamas. So basically another military force, another colonial military force to fight against Hamas, which are trying to free themselves from the Israeli genocide. Israel's military was given the right to stay in Gaza until Hamas was completely demilitarized. So basically, any point of the previous ceasefire saying that Israel had to commit to ending hostilities were nullified. And instead, the UN resolution went a step further and said Israel can continue staying in Gaza as a military force, continue their bombing campaign, as long as Hamas is not 100% demilitarized. Basically saying to the Palestinians, hey, I know that we're genociding you. actively. I know that we killed hundreds of thousands of you. I know that the lifespan, the average life expectancy of your people went from 75 years to 35 years. But you must hand over all of your weapons, leaving yourselves completely defenseless. And then maybe, if we feel like it, hopefully, perhaps, we will leave the Gaza Strip and stop attacking you. This is completely backwards. This is just colonial deals like we've seen the Americans engage in with the Native Americans, like we saw the Australians engage in with the Aborigines, like we've seen European and American colonizers do all over the world, right? Essentially, yeah, we'll sign a peace treaty where you guys give us all your weapons and then we finish the genocide. Like that's what that is. And maybe one of the worst long-term tragedies of this United Nations resolution, by the way, is that it kind of stops Iran from being able to protect the Palestinians. Why do I say that? We just saw last week how Iran bombed northern Israel to stop Israel from attacking Lebanon. And this was a first, right? Never before has Israel been attacked by any military or country without first having attacked them directly. So Iran is able, because of the fact that they're winning the war against Israel and the US, they were able to put as a condition to any ceasefire deal that the war against Lebanon, the invasion by Israel in Lebanon, must come to an end. And through their power that they have gained in the region, they were able to protect Lebanon and are able to say, hey, if you keep bombing Lebanon, we are going to start bombing Israel. We are not going to sign any ceasefire. Now, they can't do that in Gaza anymore because, ironically, counter to everything you hear in the Western press, Iran actually cares about the United Nations. Iran actually cares about abiding by resolutions from the Security Council. Everyone in the West will tell you that Iran is this pariah state, that they don't care about international law, that they are uncontrollable. Meanwhile, Western countries have refused to do anything against Israel and continue to supply arms to Israel while they commit a genocide, which the United Nations has forbidden. Right? And Iran, the only parent in the room, the only grown-up in the room who still cares about international law. And that is not an endorsement of the state of Iran, but it is just the truth. In their diplomacy, in their geopolitical moves, they are the only party that seems to care at all about international law. So they can no longer go and negotiate a new ceasefire and start a new ceasefire process on behalf of the Palestinians because the United Nations has already signed one into effect. Doing that would be sidelining the United Nations process, which has already come to a close, essentially. And that close being that Gaza has been handed over to Israel permanently. All of that I just said, by the way, is with the support, funding, and military logistics supplied by Europe and other NATO allies. All of that, bigger point here, all of that contradictory to the democratic mandate of the people. Most Europeans no longer support Israel. I'm going to show you a poll here that you might not be aware of, because sometimes the way our governments act, you might feel like you're alone, like nobody else cares at all about the Palestinian struggle. Now, look at these numbers. This is Israel's favorability. So how this works is you take the people who are favorable of Israel, who have a favorable view of Israel, and subtract the percentage who have an unfavorable view of Israel, and then you get a median number. If it is above 0, it means people support Israel. If it is below 0, it means they don't support Israel. And what you will see here is a negative 46% or in the UK favorability rating of Israel. That means barely anyone in the UK has a favorable view of Israel. Same in France, even in Germany. Germany, that is always highlighted as the country in Europe who has the most favorable view of Israel. And look at them, minus 44%. Denmark, minus 54. Spain, minus 55. Italy, minus 52. There is nobody left in Europe amongst the people who still support Israel. And particularly on the point of the Gaza genocide, here is what people have to say. Was Israel right to send troops into Gaza? Which one of the following best reflects your views on its response to October 7 attack? And of course, here the framing is still starting with the October 7 attack, as they always have to do in the West. Now, there's three answers, right? On the left, Israel was right and has generally responded in a proportionate way. So not only were they right to retaliate, but the way they retaliated was also proportionate and correct. As you can see, nobody in Europe believes this anymore. The percentages are between 6 and 16%. In Germany, 14%. Even in Germany, only 14% of the population thinks that what Israel has done since October 7 is appropriate. Israel was right but has gone too far and caused too many civilian casualties. This one here is a half endorsement. It is to say, look, I agree that they should have retaliated, but they caused too many civilian casualties. This is by far the biggest group, but none of them are over 50%. So even in this group, people don't really support Israel. And the last one here on the right, Israel was wrong to send troops or use military force against Hamas. And this number here, which is basically a soft endorsement of Hamas, by the way, has a higher number in the UK than the people who are fully pro-Israel. This is to say, there is more sympathy for Hamas in the UK than there is for Israel. Same in France. In Germany, it's almost even. In Denmark, the democratic socialist state of Denmark, who is otherwise very uninvolved on the world stage, even they, 16%, have a more favorable view of Hamas than Israel. In Spain, 23-12. In Italy, 24-6. So come on, guys. There is no longer an argument to be had that the European governments are at all representing the democratic rights of their people. Very simply put, the people in Europe are aware of all of the crimes I just listed, and they are disgusted by them, and they want restrictions to be placed on Israel. Yet, no such thing has happened. The trade agreements with Israel from the EU continues. Arms sales to Israel continue. Still, Israel is allowed into all of the world sporting events. They're allowed to participate in the FIFA World Cup. They're allowed to participate in Eurovision. Like, even the most basic surface level things have not been suspended with Israel, let alone the actual military arms supply and military logistical system of which Europe is a key part of, right? Compare this, by the way, to the Oslo Accords just 20-30 years ago, and everything has gotten a lot worse. That is to say that back when the European people were much more divided on the topic of Israel-Palestine, where there was a lot less protest going on in favor of Palestine, back then, still, although I don't agree with most of the Oslo Accords, still in the 90s, the approach from the Western countries, the restrictions that Europeans placed on Israel were much wider. We didn't even, and the trigger point, by the way, was not the genocide that we saw in Gaza. It was much less. Of course, the violence leading up to the second Intifada, to the first Intifada, was terrible. The amount of Palestinians killed was terrible, but it's nowhere near the violence we're seeing in Gaza. And yet, the US and Europe put a lot more pressure on Israel back then than we are seeing now. Like, imagine in 2008, Europe and the US forced Israel to withdraw completely from Gaza, to withdraw their military from Gaza, to withdraw their settlements from Gaza. And now, in 2026, where more people in Europe have a favorable view of Hamas than Israel, still the government is doing less than they were back then. The government is supporting Israel more than they were back then. And this just reflects a fundamental truth that this whole genocide that we just listed with all of its horrific details is not only being done with the support of the European government, it is being done with the support of European governments against the wishes of their population. It is being done in a fascistic way. It is being done in an authoritarian way. It is anti-democratic. They are taking away the rights of European people in order to support this genocide. And that's it for that video. I'm going to leave it there. If you're watching this live, stick around. We have many more topics to get to. Ahmed is about to join us live from Gaza to tell us a few details about what life is like in Gaza right now in 2026. So you can hear some of what I've had to say directly from the source. If you're watching this pre-recorded on YouTube, then please like, subscribe. As I always say, this is a fully independent channel. We don't take money from anyone, including you, the viewers. So this is fully independent media. All right. That was the first topic. Ahmed, I see you already in the chat. So I'm going to send you the link here in a second. And we'll see if we can get you to join. For all of you joining, I see a few of you coming in. Feel free to drop something in the chat. Ask me a question. I answer every single question or comment live. That's the only upside of watching such a small channel, is that you get personal attention. So if you have anything you want to ask, please go ahead. Let's see. Ahmed has said, I'm still waiting for the link to join. Yes, it's coming. It's coming. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm going to send it right now. So you have it there. Boom. There we go. Let's see if we can slowly get Ahmed to join here. And we're going to be talking about Gaza, of course. Ahmed coming to us live from Gaza. We have, who is this? Hermoy Taros says, sup. How's it going? How's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. And I hope you're enjoying the topics here today. Ahmed rocks, says somebody. Yeah, he does. I've been watching his content for a while. And somebody else actually in our network put us together and said, you have to get this guy on your channel. And I think Ahmed was also proactively reaching out to me. So I'm very happy for him. Is this going to be posted after the live? The live stream is directly posted on YouTube, so you can watch it back whenever. But I'm also going to clip the actual interview and post it as its own segment. We always do that. Yeah, Ahmed, if you're watching, I sent you the link, so I hope you're ready. Whenever you want, you can join, and yeah, we're gonna kick it off. Let's see. Let me know if there's any other questions in the chat before we begin, or as we do the interview. By the way, you can also drop your questions for Ahmed, and I will ask it as we go along. Silva says hi from LA, California. Hey. Nice. Good to see our American viewers coming in. I just did a whole rant about the Gaza genocide and how Europe is complicit. But of course, America is also very, very complicit. There is no denying that. They're probably the biggest sponsor of this genocide. However, all of the weapons that flow through America, from America, by the way, flow through Europe. So it's not like I'm trying to take away any responsibility here from the Europeans. Because any arms coming from or being sent from the US have to flow through Europe first. We are essentially an air bridge between between the US and the genocide in Gaza. So yeah, I think we are a bit united with the Americans in this struggle against the armament of Israel's genocide. All right, I think Ahmed is ready to join. There we go. Hello, can you hear me?
Hey.
Hello.
Hi there.
How's it going?
I'm okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Let me just put you on the screen for all the viewers. Thank you so much for taking the time to join.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, yeah. How are things currently?
Kind of stable because like they have been like this for since the proclaimed ceasefire. Like 2 days ago, they targeted a house near my place,
Yeah,
and it was really a mess and a horrific sound. Also, most of the infrastructure got affected. Like we are subscribed to a local vendor to provide electricity,
yeah,
and most of the cables were damaged.
yeah, yeah, yeah. We're gonna get into all those details, of course. But maybe just before we start, to give you a little bit of inspiration, if I may. Just I'm getting a lot of nice reactions in the chat from people who I think recognize you.
Yeah, my friends, probably my
Yeah.
community.
Yeah, amazing. Does it sound good on your end? Is it
Yeah,
fine
yeah.
for you? Perfect.
Yeah.
You also sound good over here. So yeah, I'll take you off screen for a second. I'll do a little introduction, and then we'll start with the questions.
Great.
All right, just give me a moment here. There we go. Today marks day 980 of Israel's genocide on Gaza. Israel just announced that they are again closing all humanitarian aid entering Gaza. At the same time, we got this new report from The Lancet, published just a few days ago, highlighting the extent of the genocide. The report shows that the life expectancy in Gaza has dropped from 75 to 35 years. Joining me now live from Gaza is Ahmed Sarsour, a Palestinian Sudanese poet. Thank you so much for coming on, Ahmed. I just want to start with just your background, perhaps, because one of the things that was very intriguing to me by your immediate profile is the story that you went from first Sudan, which was already in war, to Gaza, and then got stuck there under the Israeli genocide.
For having me, and thank you everyone who is watching. My name is Ahmed Sarsour, and I am originally Palestinian, but I have been living in Sudan for 21 years. We moved there in 2002, and we stayed there up to the 27th of May of 2023. A war started in Sudan on the 15th of February of 2023, and we tried our best to stay there because, like, we built a life there. Gaza has been and is still an open-air prison. So my parents thought it is better to have a chance at a better life outside Gaza. So this is why we built a life in Sudan. But unfortunately, that dream was shattered as well, because for some reason, the war and genocide that we were running from also caught up to Sudan and sent us back to Gaza, and then we got trapped in a bigger genocide, like the most horrific one that the human race has witnessed so far. So I arrived in Gaza on the 1st of June of 2023, and 4 months after that, the genocide started.
Yeah, no, quite a fascinating story. So you, just to recap a bit, you escaped first from Gaza to Sudan. And then when the Sudan war, civil war broke out, you then escaped back to Gaza. So you really haven't caught a break. Do you remember the last time you felt, let's say, a bit secure, or just were able to enjoy life without fear of war?
That's a question no one ever asked me before. To be honest, I never felt that I have settled down. Like, I consider Sudan as home and also consider Gaza home, but I have never been stable. Like, I have never felt that I am comfortable and I have been rooted into the land. Like, Sudan has also witnessed a lot of crimes and genocides over the past two decades as well. And the US, they always try to meddle in the affairs of the Sudanese government. And the UAE and even Israel, like, they even bombed a factory there because, like, they said that they were supporting the resistance here in Palestine. So we have never had peace. And also, it took me a while to settle in Sudan and build a life there. I have always been, as some may say, a foreigner, an outsider.
Mm.
And when I finally started to feel that I belong to a country, to a land, to a home, that's when we got evacuated, or like we were forced to evacuate Sudan in 2023. Around that time, I was already working and I was trying to also change specialties. Like I was going to be a pilot. I wanted to, so I started like studying to be a cabin crew, and I scored like the highest score ever in the history of the Sudanese Civil Authority of Aviation. And I was going to start my training, and then the 15th of April of 2023 happened, and we were forced to come back to Gaza. And when I reached there, I was really, really trying to fit in. I have been away for almost 21 years,
Mm.
and I don't have any friends. I don't know most of my relatives. I only have my sisters here. It was the first time to meet my nephews and my nieces. And for some time, I thought this is enough. I thought this is like what I want, because honestly, I have never felt that I belong to a family before. Like in Sudan, we didn't have anyone, and when I came back here to Gaza, at least with my nephews and my nieces and my sisters visiting every weekend, finally I felt that feeling that I am part of something bigger than myself. Like I belong to a family.
Yeah.
But also that was disrupted when the genocide started.
Yeah. So you had a moment there between April and October of 2023 where maybe
Yeah.
you felt a little more stable. What was before we get to the genocide part of the timeline, I guess. Um, what was life like in those months? Because you're still under Israeli occupation, but I've heard from other friends I have from Gaza that they consider that part of life to be a dream, looking back now compared to what came after. How do you feel about that time?
Yeah, there's a truth to that. I wouldn't dare to argue with that statement,
Yeah.
because honestly, the period of like between 1st of June to the 7th of October, 4 months that I spent in Gaza, I felt that the life is kind of tolerable here to be here, but only for those who have jobs or like a source of income, because
Mm.
a lot of people are illiterate. I know like we have a huge percentage of people who are educated in Gaza, but still there's a lot of people who doesn't and didn't have any kind of education, and most of them like they work day by day. That was their source of income. Like I know most of my relatives, they have been working in farming lands to the east of my city, Deir el-Balah, and now they don't have any source of income because like all of these land they have been seized by the Israeli and the IDF soldiers. But yes, like for those people who have a source of income, they do have a form of stability. But my sisters are doctors, and they were kind of comfortable. I would say, like let's say that they are from the middle class. Like they are not super rich and they are not super comfortable, but at least they are getting by. But it's still there have been a lot of restrictions on the Gazans who have jobs. Like my sisters, they weren't being able to take all of their salary. Like they only take a percentage of it, and then they are not allowed to have a big house, because like the area is really small, and the Gaza Strip is really like in general it's really small
Mm.
as a city. So there is a lot of restrictions, but as I said, if you have a source of income, if you have the money, yes, you can say that this is a life that I can be comfortable with. But the reality for most families here in Gaza, most people, they weren't comfortable in their lives. They were
Mm.
struggling to find a source of income. So as I said, I wouldn't dare to say that that statement was wrong, because for some people it was true, but
Mm.
for the majority of Gazans, that was not.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's a very good answer. I guess just yeah, showing there the difference, right, between also just a little bit of class divide. Of course, some people being hit harder by the occupation than other people. Um, how did that all change after October 7? How did that ramp up? Yeah.
Well, let me start by saying that my sisters lost their source of income. Like also their houses were destroyed, and they were sheltering with us here in Deir al Balah. You know, my city, Deir al Balah, is the last city standing, and they even announced it to be the administrative capital of G Strip recently. We only suffered of destruction like about 10% of the buildings here in Deir al-Balah, but I think now this percentage is going higher since after the ceasefire they started to target a lot of houses and people here in Deir al-Balah, and we have lost a lot of innocent souls and also a lot of the destruction to the buildings and infrastructure in my city. And a lot of the families who have a source of income, like who used to have a source of income before they lost that source of income, not just my sisters, because like most of the hospitals were destroyed, most of the schools were destroyed, the factories, the streets, the cars, even like the ways of transportation, so like everything. People started to rely on the old ways of living. Like you have seen how Gaza started to use the wood and charcoal to make fire, and also like there was like no gas and the transportations, they relied on carts that is being carried by donkeys or horses, and hospitals like they were overloaded with bodies and people who needed surgeries, and they were waiting in a line to get evacuated. Up until this moment, there is more than 40,000 people who need to be evacuated as a medical evacuation, but they are not getting to, and let alone the people who are on dialysis and the cancer patients and people on diabetes who don't have insulin. It's just everything has changed. Like even the class division that you mentioned, like it also turned upside down, if I may say. Like people who had nothing, suddenly they had everything, and people who used to have everything, now they are like, I wouldn't say begging, but for some they were begging for just aid and donations, or like even the food from the aid kitchens that's being established here in the G Strip. So everything has changed. There is the situation has changed completely, and now you can't even make a structure or like trying to comprehend how the division, how the classes are being built on in this situation. But honestly, this is all the Israelis doing. Like they had the upper hand in doing all of these stuff, because like they have been supporting most of the, I wouldn't say locals, but like they said that they implemented some locals from the IDF soldiers that they speak both Hebrew and Arabic inside of the G Strip, and now these people they started like to get donations. I'll also start to have their own campaigns, and even some they built aid kitchens and other ways to help Gazans. I don't know. A lot of people they don't talk about this stuff because, like they said, that most of these are rumors, but a lot of people know it's not, and this is what Hamas has been trying to fight recently. I know a lot of people have seen footages of Hamas committed, as they said, crimes against the civilians and locals, but most of them they were really spying for the sake of Israel, and they weren't even like Gazans to begin with. So yeah, everything has changed.
Yeah, yeah, I can imagine. And just to give a little more detail, maybe to one part that you mentioned there. Of course, all of these criminal gangs, I would call them. I don't know what else to refer to them as, that were funded by Israel during the genocide, and I guess continue to be funded by Israel as to sort of create a power struggle within Gaza and to make life harder for any civil administration, right? Who is trying to manage with whatever little resources they have left. Going into a bit more detail, perhaps you mentioned there losing the homes of your sisters. You said that in your neighborhood, it's one of the only places left standing. I mean, my life, I've never seen or had to witness anything, thankfully, to that degree. I just wonder, is there any way you can communicate to me or to an audience like myself what it feels like to see everyone around you lose everything, and to see the horrors of daily life in a genocide?
Um, Well, as I mentioned earlier, I have been away for 21 years. I still consider myself as an outsider.
Mm.
So sometimes, or like most of the time, I feel like I have a perspective of someone who has been outside of Gaza when I am seeing all of these things, the horrific things that my people are suffering and struggling with. It makes my heart bleeds, and it makes me feel anxious and stressed, and how the world is unjust with everything that's happening. Like we have seen people saying that we are just acting on the screens, like when people were trying to share their stories and trying to defend themselves, or at least like have donations to continue with the stupid life that we have here. I don't know how else I would describe it. Like it is a life that no one has tolerance to, and I believe like the outside world will never understand how we are still surviving.
Yeah.
Like I have seen innocent children being asleep in the streets and begging for the scraps of food, and even sometimes like the rotten foods. Like I have seen people digging into the garbage and the food that is being going to waste and trying to salvage some of it, and they have been eating it. I have seen people being targeted, and I have seen people like being dismembered and disembodied and suffering in the hospitals. I only made the Al-Aqsa hospital that's near our home a visit only once, and I couldn't handle it. Most of the time, I am at home trying to shield myself from the fact and the reality that I am still here with them and I am still suffering with them, and I can't do anything about it. But I started I started to help around, because like this is the bare minimum that I can do to help my people at least put themselves at ease. Like in 2025, when a family that used to be with us in Sudan contacted me and said they need help. I started a campaign that is called the Project Sarsour, and with the help of my friend Noah Samson, the YouTuber, we raised them the funds that is needed to get them evacuated and settled here in the middle area. And after that, Project Sarsour started to grow bigger and bigger, and now I'm helping more than 20 families with that campaign. People that I know personally, my relatives and my friends, because like they deserve at least a source of income, even if small or something. But I just hope that I can help, even if it is as little as I am seeing it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, there is definitely a story there of resilience and also community that refuses to stop fighting for each other, right? To help in whatever way, as you mentioned. I mean, one of the yeah, there we go. One of the craziest aspects or most brutal aspects of it that I can imagine is this feeling of helplessness, as you're saying, trying to shield yourself from the reality of what's going on around you, not knowing what you could possibly do to change the situation, right? How does it look like now after the ceasefire? Did you see any sort of momentary pause in the despair? Did you see conditions get slightly better, or do the conditions more or less remain the same?
I would lie if I said like things aren't a little bit better, because like we did experience a starvation and a famine, and now there's a lot of I wouldn't say a lot, but there's a lot of commercial food and goods that are getting in, but also like all of these things are not really the kind of healthy food that we should be consuming. Like even myself, I gained almost 10 kilograms. I don't know how I did that, like for the first time in my life, because like all of the sudden I started like getting all of this in junk food, and it was filling the markets. And then when you try to get the health food, which is like vegetables or fruits, or like any source of protein like red or white meat, it's really expensive or like out of your hand. And like the junk food, there is the thing that you can buy easily and maybe survive on it. And this is what happened to a lot of families here in Palestine. But this is also are being done by the Israelis, because like they want to erase any scenes of famine and starvation that has been happening in Gaza. So this is why they are getting all of this junk food. But at least now there's like the kind of food that you can buy. But as I said, it's really expensive, so you can't like buy it all of the time. So for us, we only have like a decent meal, I would say only 2 or 3 times a week, because like it is still expensive. And other days we survive on like anything else. Also, the flour is more accessible now and available, but it's still expensive. Like before the genocide, it was almost like $10 for the whole bag, the 25 kilograms. But now it's like 30 to $50. So it's still expensive for the families. As I said, most of the families, they don't have a source of income, so this is still out of reach for them.
Yeah.
The transportation situation is still awful and bad, because like I said, most of the cars and the buses, they have been targeted, and still there is like not enough fuel. And the same for the electricity and power situation, they still don't get any kind of fuel in, or like even the solar panels or batteries that people need to have electricity. Like now you can see that I have electricity, but yes, like 2 days ago they targeted a house near my place, and most of the infrastructure of this local vendor of the electricity, like the cables, they were destroyed, and they have been working on it for like 2 days in a row. Like even today we didn't have electricity most of the day, because like they were still trying to fix it, and this is so expensive. Like for 1 kg of watts of power, you will pay up to $10. Before the genocide, it was only for half a dollar. So can you imagine like the big difference? And this is not something that everyone can manage to do. We are only managing because like my sisters are helping us, and also because like I have all of these campaigns, because like I managed to teach myself English and communicate with the outside world, so people can know my story now and can communicate with me and help me. But as I said, not all of the people have the luxury to do that, or like the means to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. I can imagine. And this bombing that you mentioned, is that something that's been quite regular since the ceasefire? Yeah.
Unfortunately, yes. I believe that I haven't been counting, but like I did see a study that they said that more than 3,000 times they did after the first ceasefire. So after the last ceasefire, maybe like a couple of hundreds, because like in March, the number of the people we have lost were around 400 people, and that was like from around 50 to 70 targets. But as I said, like this is more frequent now. They are trying to target all of the people who they said they are working for Hamas. But honestly, all of us are civilians. Like even the people who they say that they work for Hamas, like because like Hamas is the government, so they are targeting civilians.
Mm. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. So there's no. Yeah, the bombing continues. Do you also see the effect of Israel encroaching on the last areas that remain within the civil administration of Hamas? Because there was this famous yellow line that kept moving and moving. Have you seen anyone be able to return to where they used to live, or is it true that that Palestinians are being compressed into a smaller and smaller territory along the beach shore of Gaza?
Yeah, well, in my city, Deir al-Balah, most of the eastern areas are farming land, so not a lot of people have been living there. But yes, a lot of families that they were forced to evacuate, and they have never been able to go back. Most of the areas that to the east of the yellow line in like the north of Gaza, these were residential areas, like dense residential areas, and they have never been able to go back. And now they are even made a orange line, which is like after the yellow line by I think 10 to 15 percentage of the G strip, and now we are crammed into like 35 to 37 percentage of the whole G strip. So yeah, no one is approaching the yellow line, because like even if you did cross it or like get near it, they will shoot at you, and a lot of people, they have been shot and killed when they did that.
Yeah, and in the most recent round of back and forth strikes between Iran and Israel, after that, Israel also announced that they would again close all of the borders to Gaza, stopping all humanitarian aid from coming in. Have you already seen the effects of that, or is the market still is the little food available in the market still there?
Yeah, well, the food is still available, but the prices went crazy high the minute that they announced that, and I think that was 4 days or 5 days ago.
Mm.
So yeah, the effects are already happening, and we are suffering from it, and it's actually ridiculous because I don't know why they are not going and why they are not letting the aid in or like open the borders. They said that they want to evacuate the whole of the population of the G Strip, but still they are closing the borders. And for the people who are thinking to just evacuate, they are trying to milk them of their money because like recently some big families who have a lot of money, they try to evacuate, and for like each person they ask them to pay 50,000 US
Oof.
dollars per person. Can you imagine that? Because like they know they have a business here in Gaza,
Yeah.
and this is the situation. They are benefit from it, and the Israelis, I think, they are behind this.
Yeah. I will say I know from previous sources, let's say a year and a half ago, that you had to pay 20,000 US dollars. That was kind of the rate that was going around back then to escape Gaza. Now it is going up to 50,000, you've said. And I also know from other reporting that the Egyptians and the Israelis together are earning off of that fee, essentially, yeah, profiting off of people trying to escape genocide, right? Um, Thank you for sharing all of those details. One question I always have as someone who lives in Europe and someone who is watching all of this as our governments uh, send the weapons and the bombs that blow up the houses of your neighbor that you just mentioned, as someone whose tax money funds this genocide, I mean, how do you view us in Europe sitting here in our comfortable lives, and do you have any separation between the European people and the European governments?
Yes, I do. To be honest, I was really mad at the whole world, not just the people of Europe, because they have been silent. But over the course of the past 2 years, I have been getting in touch with a lot of people, like in Europe and in the Americans, in the Americas, the North and the South, and also people from the Middle East, like from Asia and from Africa. And I understand it better now that most of the communities and the people and civilians, they are being suppressed and struggle as as same as us, and they don't represent their governments. Like the governments are onto this by themselves,
Mm.
but they don't have the support of people. And I see it now, and I understand it. And this is what they are doing. They're trying to divide us by saying that like this country is supporting the Israeli government, or like this city is like in favor of the IDF soldiers, or because like what happened with New York when Hamdani got in office, because like that was the biggest city that have an Israeli and Zionist support in history.
Mm.
And when Mamdani got in office, a lot of people started talking about it and saying now they don't have the support. And the majority of the people who are living there, they are not in favor of the Zionists or like the people of the Israel. So I see it now. I know it's a lie, and I am always appreciative of what people are trying to do. But maybe we need the people to maybe try a little bit harder
Yeah.
to knock off the people in power and I don't know, like take things in hand and start to form their own governments. Like even I don't know if this will get you in trouble or something, but like I have been thinking to start sending pleas to the people of the US and Europe, and most people of the people who live worldwide in countries that they are being governed by people who support IDF, to start even their armed resistance there, because like this is the solution. Like we are not getting anything out of those assholes, I am allowed to say that, and they are not doing anything, and they are still in charge and they're still protected. And it is time now to start fighting them with fire the same way that they are doing to us. It is time to make a change by our own hands. And I hope more people that will start making more action, because we are still in this wheel where they are making us of everything that we have, and still throwing at us the scars of everything, the resources and money and income. and this is how they are keeping us divided and busy with making like a living. But shouldn't be the way. They have all the money, they have all of the resources, and we just need to take control over it so we can like support one another. So I hope more people though will start, I don't know, forming those resistance group, and hopefully we'll make a change in this ugly world that we are living in.
Yeah, of course, I have to say I cannot condone any form of violent action against the state simply because it is illegal. So that's not an option I have, nor that I can say in public or in private, for that matter, if anyone is watching. But
sorry, I hope I didn't get you in trouble by saying that.
No, I mean that is your opinion, and I can challenge it, but I will separate myself just there. However, what I can say is that 78% of the people in the Netherlands are against the genocide. Hundreds of thousands of people have gone to the protests, and there's 2 points here. One point is, unfortunately, although most Europeans have this point of view, their voting record doesn't reflect it yet, right? They still vote for right-wing parties who are pro-Israel, even though they disagree on that one point. And on the other hand, there is a growing number of population that are getting desperate because they don't support Israel, they support Palestine, and the politicians are completely numb to that democratic right of the people. They don't care at all, and therefore they are starting to engage in more direct action. Right after this interview, I'm going to be talking with a group in the Netherlands who is ramping up their direct action against Elbit Systems and other shipping companies that send weapons to Israel. So you are seeing that happen slowly. What do you think of the reaction from the European government? Is that something that how integral do you see, let's say, the European governments as part of the infrastructure of the genocide?
Well, I think they are hypocritical about what they are saying, because like I have been seeing the resolutions of the United Nations and everything that they say, like the word peacekeepers, as they like to call themselves, but they didn't do anything to establish any peace, or like the peace that they are aiming at is like wiping us out and support the governmental genocidal state of Israel. So I don't know what is that they are talking about. If like they mean that, at least they should be brave enough to say it like in public and say they want to us to be killed and genocided. So yeah, as I said, like I think most of them are hypocritical. They don't care about what's happening to us, and they are happy with everything that's happening to us. So this is why, again, I would like them to overturn and maybe have some more people to rule, and maybe these ones, they will be seeking peace for everything that is happening to us.
Yeah. Going back to the situation in Gaza, what do you think happens next? I mean, I see. I was just 2 days ago moderating a panel from the Sumur Flotilla, who are again putting together a crew to try to sail to Gaza. And one of the questions that came up is, I mean, what are we sailing to? Because there is so little of Gaza left. Of course, I know that you are there in front of me right now. But it does feel like Gaza has almost lost everything to Israel. I mean, you have Israel building military bases now deep inside of the Gaza Strip. So what happens next? How does Gaza continue to survive as some form of independent state, or are we witnessing now the ending parts of this genocide?
Well, I wouldn't say that we are surviving it because like we are still being genocided. And I don't think we wanted and needed to be independent because like after all, we are still entangled and related to our brothers and sisters in the West Bank. And hopefully all of Palestine after we take our land back. What I always ask people to do, especially with like the flotillas and even the march movement, I was one of the very first people who I was when like the first people I was one of the first people who asked people to come and turn down the siege and like the walls that they have been being surrounding us. Like I have been asking people to march to Gaza, to come by sea, to come by air, to come by land, like any form. But the always the goal is like just to break the siege. So I have seen how the Global Samudi Flotilla like recently tried to get to Gaza seashores, but they haven't been succeeded. And I think most people they thought it's about getting aid in, but it's not. Like the first, I think Freedom Flotilla, the Madeleine mission, it was only for breaking the siege, not about getting food or like aid in. So again, I will be asking people to just come and break the siege because, like, honestly, if we have more people and more civilians from like all the different cities and countries of the world, maybe this will make them think twice before they target the people here in Palestine because, like, they will be here with us. I know they did target a lot of Western and European civilians before, even when they were here in Gaza, reporting like a lot of journalists like Rachel Corey and. I know that this is like a whole risk and everything, but still, I want people to still want to come to Gaza and be living with us. I have heard a lot of people saying they want to rebuild Gaza with us, and this is what I am asking people to do. Like, come here, try to suppress the Egyptian government or like even the Israeli government or like your government to have visas and to enter Gaza. I know they haven't been allowing people to go in, but I hope that you will just keep on trying, and maybe this way we'll be able to break the siege and free the people here in the G Strip.
Thank you for that last answer, Ahmed. You've been very insightful, and I hope we can have many more conversations and hopefully one day in a much better condition where you have your basic human rights met and freedom, right? And this genocide finally comes to an end. I know that you're a poet. I know you have a documentary film that you're promoting now.
Yes.
Your link will be in the description. I just want to ask if you want to talk about that at all before we close off.
Yeah, well, the main idea of the film, like I'm actually working on 2 films now, but the main idea behind it is to fight the dehumanization of my people and also to show the human side of the civilians and people who are living here. I have been documenting my life with my nephews and my nieces when they were sheltering with us and different activities that we have been doing because, like, honestly, people in the West, they have this image and vision about us, which is like the propaganda they have been spreading by the Israeli government, that we are savages, we are human animals, and us Muslims are jihadis, and we just want to kill everyone and rule the world and blah, blah, blah. But this is not the fact. We don't even think about the people outside. We have our own families, our own dreams, our own lives that we want to live and achieve and accomplish. And yet people don't understand this idea and this reality about us. Like when they started seeing pictures and footages of like kids here in Palestine, they were I have seen a lot of comments. They were wondering if this is actually in Palestine or like this is in Gaza, and these people are just like us, like normal kids are playing and dreaming, and they just want to survive and end the siege and the struggle that they have been experiencing for more than 2 decades now with the siege. So the film is still in the post-production stage. I finished writing the script, which is the film treatment for the documentaries, and I'm working on it. Like I have a short one now that is called What We Fear, based on the first piece that I wrote in Arabic after 4 days of the 7th of October. And feature-length one is going to be called Don't Leave Us Behind. Don't Leave Us Behind is also a title of my poem, the famous one that I wrote in the very early months of the genocide. It tells my story and my family's story, how we fled Sudan and get back here to Palestine to get trapped in another genocide. but also it's a story for every family in Palestine that were sending a plea to the outside world to see them as humans, to stop these crimes against us, and to stop the struggles and genocide, and to just leave us be and do not leave us behind.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing those, and maybe we'll watch it here on the live stream, depending on how you distribute them.
Inshallah.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know really what words to put on it. I just, I guess, solidarity to the extent that I can give. My absolute utmost respect for you for enduring everything that you've endured, and also choosing to broadcast that message with the rest of the world. Thank you so much, Ahmed, for joining, and I hope we speak again.
Of course. Thank you for having me. Take care and goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye. That was Ahmed from Gaza coming live. Yeah, this is the first time that I've spoken with somebody live from Gaza. It's also a bit intense. Of course, I know that there's a human cost, right? I've been covering this for years, but it is just intense to listen to it live. And one of the details just there in the background is the constant drone sound, right? Just the sound of drones flying over the house of Ahmed, that just every time you talk to someone in Gaza is always there as a permanent marker of the genocide that never ends, it seems. Yeah, let me just find here a few comments from the chat. 980 days, good Lord, time flies. Yeah, indeed. It's been over 2 years. We're 2 years and 9 months into this, and it never seems to end. I heard of the stories with the babies and with their hands tied. That was horrifying and monstrous in itself. I even heard that there were signs of the babies having been buried alive. I can't fathom such evil. Yeah, that's a true story. I read that as well. They're finding mass graves with babies with their hands tied behind their backs in Gaza. Just, yeah, as you say here in the chat, there is no words to describe this level of brutality. All my friends have some health problems. Teenagers have got root canals, mom with high blood pressure, etc. Yeah, and that's the other part of this that is never mentioned. All the routine health procedures that you need to have as a human are just completely on pause for the last 3 years, because 44 out of the 46 hospitals in Gaza have been completely destroyed and bombed. We have a lot of support going out to Ahmed. I hope to talk to him again soon. And thank you guys from his community for joining. If you're watching this live, stick around. We have 2 more interviews coming up, also tied very closely to Gaza and the issue of Palestine as a whole. If you're watching this pre-recorded, please like, subscribe, and watch some of the other videos from this live stream. My name is Eurozone, and we broadcast live every Saturday, and we talk about the topics that are otherwise not picked up in Western media. And I can do that because I am fully independent. I am not funded by anyone. I'm not even funded by you, the viewer. That means that no lobby group, political group, country, or advertiser is funding me and filtering what I'm allowed to say and what I cannot say. All right. Let me just give me 1 moment here to just send a thank you message to Ahmed for joining. If you're still here live, feel free to ask a question while we wait for the next interview to load up. Yeah, we also just before this segment covered in general the horrors in Gaza, and it never seems to end. Just the fact that they're getting away with this as well from a European perspective, right? One of the numbers I mentioned there earlier is that 78% of the country I live in right now is against the genocide, and yet somehow it never seems to translate into political action, because you have all of these lobby groups in the West particularly in Europe and the US, that just act as a filter that stop any politician from enacting this any agenda that would in any ways go against the Israeli agenda. And who we're about to interview here in a moment is from a direct action group in the Netherlands who is very tired, of course, of not having their democratic voice be represented amongst the European leaders, and therefore are taking action into their own hands and starting to chain themselves to a lot of the infrastructure that provides the weapons needed that Israel uses for the genocide. I see one comment in the chat by Hermiotorus saying, "How are you?" I am good, thank you. I am quite comfortable here in my seat compared to the people I talk to and interview on this channel. So I can't really complain, I guess. I mean, of course, sometimes it gets a little bit, a little bit exhausting to have to constantly hear the same stories of horror over and over again. But that is just the nature of the world, I guess. And the least I can do is sit here in front of a camera and try to uncover those stories and get some European people, some of my fellow Europeans, to take note of what is going on and hopefully jump into action. I'm just sending here a message to the next interviewee who will be joining us in a moment. And and also really nice to see Ahmed's community coming out and supporting. Perfect. I think while we wait for this next interview, I want to see if there's been any new updates in the war with Iran. Let me pull that up, because I know that they were very close to signing a ceasefire, but they've said that like a million times. So let me share my screen here. Understand that feeling, but trying to figure out how I can better be useful in some capacity, same as you. Yeah, exactly. I don't remember, Hermoy Torus, if you were the one from California. No, you were somebody else. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if you live in the West, but I think that's a feeling a lot of us have here in the West, for sure. And it's also a big question, right? We just have here this guy, Mr. Starmer from the UK, overseeing one of their judges just imprisoning the Palestine Action Group, right? Giving them 25 years of prison time together. There is, it seems, less and less democratic avenues for people in Europe to be able to stop this genocide, because every avenue that we used to have is being shut down by people like him. Let's see what we have here. UK Starmer expresses support for Iran deal during the call with Trump. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has underlined the importance of ensuring any deal delivers durable and lasting peace in a call with the US president. I don't think this deal with Iran is going to come through, by the way. I think Donald Trump is tired of the war. I think Donald Trump has personally given up on Israel, which I know is a strong statement, right? I know that's a strong and controversial statement, because we're so used to seeing Donald Trump supporting Israel, and I got a lot of negative comments on my videos where I was making that case. But all I'm saying is that Donald Trump only cares about money and self-aggrandizement, right? He only cares about getting more power for himself. And Israel has reached a point now where actually they are not that good at supplying people with more power in the West. Israel has gotten so unpopular amongst European people that and American people, that aligning yourself with Israel actually seems to lose you a bit of power sometimes. Now, my point there is not that Donald Trump is going to succeed in breaking away from Israel. It's just that he himself personally, I think, has flipped in his intentions with Israel. Israel is very smart, and they're very good at keeping their dogs in the American White House close to them. So I'm sure Israel will continue to provocate and force the United States in a way to join, to continue the war. But So that's just to say that even though Donald Trump might be flipping on Israel, he won't be successful in doing that, and the war will resume and continue. All right, the next interview here is ready. This is going to be from Tegengas. I wish I could say that properly in Dutch. And yeah, let's see. Let's see if they can join. Here we go. Hello.
Hey, hello.
How are you doing? All good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm a bit tired. We're having a busy week, so lots to do, but doing good and excited to be here. What about you?
Yeah, fine. We are in hour 3 of the live stream, so always gets a bit tiring as well at some point, but I'm very excited to be able to speak to you. And I was just speaking with Ahmed, who was talking to us live from Gaza.
Okay.
I think setting the stage quite well for the necessity of doing something about our support here in Europe for the genocide, as you know. Yeah,
good.
I apologize for the camera angle you're getting. That's just my webcam. The audience has a much nicer angle, just so you don't think you're joining. Yeah. Do I sound crystal clear to you?
Yeah, you sound good. Do I sound fine as well?
Yeah, I would say so. The only thing I might ask you to do is move a tiny bit further away from the camera, if I can ask you that. Yeah, that's perfect. Then we can see your whole profile.
Yeah.
Amazing. All right. I have a little bit of a lengthy introduction for this one. So I'll take you off the screen and I'll start with that intro. And then we can get on with the questions.
Amazing. Sure.
All right. So, today marks day 980 of Israel's genocide on Gaza. Israel just announced that they again are closing access to all humanitarian aid entering Gaza. And they expanded their military occupation into 70% of Gaza and 20% of Lebanon. On top of that, The Lancet published a report highlighting the extent of the genocide, showing that the life expectancy in Gaza has dropped from 75 to 35 years. All of this with funding, arming, and political support from NATO and the European Union. The Netherlands, in particular, represents the world's largest investor into Israeli private companies. In 2023 alone, Dutch firms invested 49 billion into Israel, while Israeli investors channeled 47 billion into the Netherlands. The Dutch government has exported essential parts of F-35 fighter jets to Israel throughout the genocide, with many more military parts flowing through the port of Rotterdam on its way to Israel. Although the Prime Minister Rob Jetten attended many Red Line protests against the Israeli genocide, he has yet to take any meaningful action to stop Europe's material support for the Israeli genocide. Joining me now, we have Nathan from Geef Tegengas. I'm so sorry I can't pronounce that properly in Dutch. But yes, that is a direct action group based in the Netherlands, trying to challenge this establishment that refuses to let go of their support for the Israeli genocide. Thank you so much for joining the broadcast, Nathan. If we can just start with what Geef Tegengas is and how to pronounce it, perhaps.
Thank you. I actually think you're pronouncing it quite well. It's Geef Tegengas, which is exactly what you're saying, so that's nice.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a Dutch saying where you literally translates to give counter gas. I don't know. There's no English translation for it. That's why also in international context we've decided to stick with Geef Tegengas because it is not easily translatable.
Yeah.
I'd say we're an anti-capitalist direct action collective that originated from the climate movement here in the Netherlands. We originated in 2024 actually with an action camp in Pernis, which is also in the port of Rotterdam, against the import of LNG, liquefied natural gas. And we came into being out of the need for more radical and also more intersectional, more anti-imperialist action within the climate movement. And from there, we've really shifted to focusing fully on the port of Rotterdam and the logistical function that the Netherlands actually plays in this global network called capitalism, and which is the free trade that is actually upholding global capitalism and the exploitation that it entails, basically. Yeah.
Well, that's you're speaking my language a little bit. Um, I understand you started as then more focused on climate, right? And you're tying this all together with capitalism as the source issue of both imperialism and climate change.
Yes.
Is there another major connection between Palestine, anti-imperialism, the climate crisis, and so on, or is it just that point on capitalism that you mentioned? Or I guess in a broader sense, how did these two movements come together under this banner of Tegengas?
Yeah, so I think it really comes from a recognition that all of these issues stem from the same system, and also the same imperialist actor that is the United States, that is enforcing this system across the globe. And so both the genocide in Gaza and the climate crisis that we're facing, but also the exploitation of people in the Democratic Republic of Congo for our minerals, the exploitation of workers under basically modern slavery conditions in Asia, but also in Colombia, where blood calls are still being won, basically. They all stem from this system of that needs to continue to grow, and that needs to really keep finding new exploitable land, exploitable people in order to stay into existence. So that's basically the connection. And there's also all sorts of ways in which all of these issues intertwine, right? For instance, if you look at Palestine and the climate, one of the major things that Israel is doing to erase Palestinian culture is to destroy centuries-old olive trees, which not only hurts their culture, but also the ecosystems that have existed there for hundreds of years, right?
Yeah.
If you look at like a month after 7th of October 2023, BP actually already bought the licenses to drill for oil in front of the coast of Gaza, which not only is a big fuck you to the people of Gaza, but also, again, really makes the climate crisis also worse because there is new oil fields being dug up, right? So in all sorts of ways, all these issues intertwine, I guess, and that is mostly because they also share the same core cause, which is this capitalist imperialist system enforced by the US across the globe.
I have to say, I absolutely agree. I mean, particularly on the point of intersectionality, right? There is a. I was just seeing one post recently around handicap activism and people with disabilities activism, and how there are so many people now in Gaza who have disabilities, and one of the top comments was that Palestine is the place, the start and ending point of intersectionality. It is where all struggles seem to intersect very strongly. So I don't think it's a coincidence that people who are used to taking up action end up being the loudest representatives for a free Palestine. I want to challenge a bit here the context of everything you're talking about. The most recent polling that I've seen suggests that 76% of the Netherlands has an unfavorable view of Israel. Yet the government doesn't reflect that at all, right? People, like, your opinions are nowhere to be found in parliament, even though your opinions are actually not that unpopular anymore. Why do you think that is?
I think and this is even the IVD that is saying this. The IVD is our basically our counterintelligence operative in the Netherlands, our FBI, if you would like. Yeah. And they are saying that there is an increasing amount of political influencing from the genocidal state of Israel. So they have their hands in all of our institutions, which sounds kind of conspiratorial, but like it is actually happening, right? And even if you look at our Labour Party, which is like a leftist-ish party, they are also very much infused with a lot of Zionist actors, with a lot of Zionist influencing, and every party from that to like the extreme right is being influenced by Israeli organizations or people, both overtly and covertly, right? So sometimes they just have people. For instance, if you look at the PVV, our extreme right party, they actually have their second guy that actually split off is a Mossad agent that is in our fucking parliament. To also these reports that subtly spread Israeli propaganda that, for instance, are being released by the CD, which is the Center for Information and Documentation for Israel. It sounds very cutesy, but it is like actually a Zionist lobbying organization that is trying to influence public policy in the Netherlands. And so that, but then also I think the interests of capital are aligned with the interests of Israel and not with the people of Gaza. And so I think also there, I think we live in a capitalist society. We live in a capitalist representative democracy, which will always favor the capitalist class over workers or the oppressed people of the globe. And so I think there also built in, there is a tendency to support the interests of the capitalists, which also are more aligned with the interests of Israel. Yeah.
Well, I was getting ready to challenge you and to say, I understand the power of CD. I've had some inroads with them myself at some point. So I absolutely, I don't want to disagree with the power of the Israeli lobby groups here in Europe and specifically in the Netherlands. But I do fear sometimes we put the blame over there as if we did not design these systems ourselves in Europe. And I think you're absolutely on point there for referencing also that the systems that we have built in our society are perfectly aligned with Israel and in some ways is a natural progression of our systems, right? As a famous someone once said, imperialism is a natural progression of capitalism, right? So maybe just to highlight that point, do you see this more as the dog wagging the tail or the tail wagging the dog, in the sense that is Europe doing this because it is European policy first and foremost to do imperialism, or is this a case of European politicians not really wanting to do it but being coerced into it by a foreign lobby?
Oh, that is a very good question. I think that also yeah. So if you look at the European Union, it mostly was allowed to come into existence also to give lobbyists more power, right? So also there, the European Union was designed to give the capitalists more power over sovereign European nations, basically. So also there, it's built into the system. That being said, I refuse to believe that all politicians are shit. And I also think there are actually politicians, both in European Parliament but also in Dutch Parliament, that actually do this with the best of intentions, but they're just ignorant as hell and being influenced. And there's just like bad motherfucking people that do not care, that are here just to fuck shit up. Yeah. So it's a combination of very gullible people and very shitty people, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I'll stop challenging you on the political questions. Let's get back to the source here. Why did you personally decide to join Geef Tegengas?
Yes. So I used to be with Extinction Rebellion, the Netherlands, which is like the big climate group here. I know in other places it's a bit different, but here it's like the biggest. And it also used to be basically the only one if you wanted to do some form of civil disobedient action type stuff, you'd have to go with Extinction Rebellion. I joined that from 2021 onwards. But after the genocide, the newest genocidal campaign in Gaza started after 7th of October 2023, we tried to really bring the Palestine point at the front of Extinction Rebellion through starting with this group called Extra Justice Now, which was quite successful, but that did really made me start to doubt Extinction Rebellion if it's the place for me still, because that caused a lot of discussion about should we be in solidarity with Palestine, yes or no? Should we focus on other things than just climate, whatever that may mean? Or should we also focus on other things? And I think there it just didn't feel like the place for me anymore. In addition, they mostly do symbolic actions, which require a lot of people. And through these symbolics and through the attention that it garners, they try to influence policy. And I really, really, over the years, started to lose my belief in that as the only thing that we should be doing, and started to shift way more towards direct action, meaning really intervening in the systems that you're trying to fight, right? And so instead of symbolically blocking a highway because we want to influence policymakers, we block the port of Rotterdam because this shit needs to stop, and no one's going to make it stop but us. So we have to like really take back the power ourselves and do it ourselves, right? So I think that need for me, as well as the need, so not only like in terms of tactics more radical, but also in terms of the goals. So the goals of Extinction Rebellion were more like policy goals. And with Geef Tegengas, we have really set the goal of like ending the Dutch role, that the role that the Netherlands has within this global capitalist system, right? Which is this logistical function. It's a very big part of it. And so I really set the goal to stop that, which is like not trying to get policy change, but actually stopping a system that is built to destroy and that is intended to destroy and will stop at nothing to destroy all life on this planet. We need to stop that, and that is the goal that we actually have. And we do that through directly targeting this logistical role that the Netherlands has. And that's just something that really feels a lot more a lot stronger and a lot more strategic, to me at least, than trying to influence policy decisions, even though it's more of a long run and it's more like, takes a bit more time, I would say.
Right. So it's this disillusionment with the political system. And, you know, I understand that because you have 73%, as I mentioned, of the Dutch population now is against Israel. And yet you don't see change. So I guess your response to that is then, okay, we need to directly block and become the change. What do you hope to achieve with this direct action? And can you maybe give a bit more detail about what direct action means?
Yeah, so direct action, well, I already mentioned it a bit. It's basically, rather than demonstrating something to get attention, to get media attention, and to influence others to change things, you take things matters in your own hand and you change things yourself. So I think a good example of direct action is also Palestine Action from the UK, where they don't ask the Elbit Systems factories to shut down, or they don't do it through the legislative power, but they basically go to the factories and they break shit so that the factory cannot produce it anymore. I think in the Netherlands we also have in a similar vein, we have had Onkruid, which was an anti-war organization in the 80s that actually went into military terrains and started destroying the weapons, right? So it's a way different way of organizing actions than just demonstrating or doing a civil disobedience sit-in or whatever. It's much more direct. And here in the Netherlands, what we've said as our goal is to stop the role that the Netherlands is playing within globalized capitalism. And if you look at that role, there's a couple of things that we do. We are a big financial player, so our banks are financing a lot of stuff. But if you actually look at what we're doing, is that like 1/7 of everything that enters Europe goes through the port of Rotterdam. That's a lot of stuff. And besides that, we also have the second biggest airport in the European Union, and we have the second biggest internet exchange in the world. So both in terms of digital and physical infrastructure, logistics, and the moving of goods and people and data around the world, we are crucial in the system. And we are in that sense really a sort of logistical vassal state of the US empire that is trying to like hold the world in its grip. And through targeting that function, we believe that we can really stop the Netherlands from fulfilling its role within the system and therefore hurt the system itself. And so right now we do that through taking direct action in the port of Rotterdam, which is the biggest port in Europe, which moves 450 million tons of goods per year. And we have been doing that mostly by blocking the trains there, which is a very nice choke point because they all have to pass the same point, right? So if you block that point, basically all trains are blocked. But we are also looking into ways of blocking other stuff. For instance, we've tried blocking a container terminal last year as well, and doing road blockades and that kind of stuff, and really trying to stop the flow of goods in this port, tackling the choke point. And you could see it as us trying to be the Ever Given that blocked the Suez Canal like a couple of years ago, where like the whole global economy was like in chaos. But also, if you see what the Houthis are doing, right? I mean, I don't agree with everything that the Houthis do, but what they do is they target global capital, they target the flow of goods, right? And it works because people get scared as fuck, and that's what we're trying to do here as well in the Netherlands, like really, stopping that flow of goods.
Yeah.
And these are doing in the system. Sorry, it's a bit of a long story, but yeah.
No, perfect. I mean, the mic is yours. But with that, of course, stopping, let's say, the flow of goods, the capitalist system, comes a lot of criticism that I'm sure you've heard now from both mainstream media, but also politicians and the center right wing in general, saying that disrupting the economy is something that ends up hurting your fellow citizens, that it is in some ways counterproductive, or that what Iran and you mentioned there, the Houthis are doing to stop global trade hurts a lot of people indirectly, sometimes also directly, right, by stopping global trade. What do you have to say as a response?
Yeah, so I think, for instance, because you mentioned Hormuz, I think the harm that is causing right now is real, especially in the global south, with like synthetic fertilizer shortages, like really threatening food security. If you look at the fuel shortages in Southeast Asia, it's terrible, and people are really hurting, and like that's not something that should happening. However, if you look at what is being transported in the port of Rotterdam here in the West, like it's so much crap. It's so much crap that we really do not need. You're talking about weapons that are used to bomb children and innocent civilians. You're talking about very cheap electronics that contain minerals from the Democratic Republic of Congo that are like won under slavery conditions and are then used to make electronics that we use once and then we throw it away because it breaks down. You're talking about fast fashion made by Uyghurs in Chinese slavery camps that are like, someone told me they were in the Primark, and then there was a mark on a piece of clothing that says you can wash this 6 times and it will not break down. What the fuck is this kind of world that we're living in, right? Yeah. That we should be proud that we have a piece of clothing that can be washed 6 times without breaking down. This whole system is designed to shove so much crap down our throats to keep us consuming so that we can keep on making profit for these power-hungry, rich white dudes. And that is what's being transported in the port of Rotterdam mostly. And of course, like right now, we are dependent on fossil fuels. We should stop that, and we're not ready to let go of that. But we should work at that. And of course, also some food is being transported in the port of Rotterdam. But our point is, we should stop doing that. We should have our food be produced mostly like locally, and try to stop these fossil fuels and do away with the consumption of all this crap. And really start living completely differently, because where we're living right now is exploiting both people, animals, and the planet, and we're really heading for complete societal breakdown. And only gonna get worse.
Yeah, no, that's very clear. And also, I think a pretty clean answer to that. I'm gonna quote here someone completely different, but a guy called KRS-One, who recently on a panel said, if people are saying that rap degrades society, but if society in itself is something that is degrading of humanity, then it would not be a bad thing if hip-hop degrades society, right? Because maybe that is a society worth degrading. In any case, I'm sure that the police and the government feel very different. I've reported on a lot of cases of police violence in the Netherlands. Just protesting is enough in the Netherlands nowadays to get you completely beaten up by the police. One of the most famous cases was, I think, a year and a half ago now, where they took all of the demonstrators from the central square of Dam in Amsterdam and brought them to out of the city, and then continued beating them up there for an hour and a half outside of a view of any cameras or the rest of society. So what actually happens if you then escalate and go from protesting to direct action? What sort of retribution have you faced, I guess, first and foremost, directly by the police?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, like, by now you expect it. You expect the police to be shit, and the police to not give a fuck about the law, basically. I think in our actions so far, it has been shit, but also depends on the day. But yeah, police violence is there every time. There's people being beaten up, there's people being choked, and that kind of stuff, but you kind of expect it. So I'm not surprised anymore or something. It feels a bit like, yeah, that's just something that happens. What is new is that people are being held for multiple days, even after having been identified, which is because they have to do further research. But of course, we've been doing consecutive days of train blockades for a while, a couple weeks back. So we did 10 days. And like after 5 days, they just started keeping people for multiple days in jail because of more research needed, but basically to make sure that they don't go back into action again. And then also what we've been seeing is that people that refuse to give up their identity, which like you can do it, they are being beaten up inside police liaisons. So we've had someone that has had a klaplong. I'm not sure how you say that, but basically your lung is like a balloon, and then if a lot of pressure is applied, it goes like that.
Yeah.
And you got that from being thrown on the floor so hard by police officers whilst already being in custody, people being hit in their faces, being hit in their ribs, so that they give up their identities. Basically a torture camp for a couple of days, which is crazy.
Yeah.
And I think that's the worst one we've had so far. But I don't think we've come close to that night in Amsterdam. I think the images of that were shocking,
Yeah.
and crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, so you mentioned there, I mean, this is a fact that I find very difficult to convince Europeans of, but I followed so many stories, particularly one of the stories that I started with on this channel that motivated me to start talking was of Mustafa Ayyash, who was a Palestinian journalist. He was on the way to The Hague to put in a complaint against the Austrian police, when he was then arrested by the Dutch police and was absolutely tortured for months on end. So yeah, I'm not shocked at all by your recount, right? I think that is par for the course of the Dutch police.
For sure. Yeah.
But you mentioned there that after a few days they do still let you go, whereas in the UK and in Germany we're seeing several cases that are dragged out for years. And just today or yesterday, 5 of the Palestine Action activists in the UK have now been sentenced to a combined sentence of 25 years of prison time. So how does that compare with what you're seeing? Are you allowed back into society after a few days, or are there also cases of people being held a lot longer?
For now, not. I think in that sense, we are behind the UK and Germany, because you do see the same rhetoric being applied here in Parliament by center-right to right-wing parties, mostly, where they're talking about restricting the right to demonstrate, taking on the bad apples that are with the demonstrators, right?
Yeah.
And really trying to find ways to have more state repression. So I think we're heading in the same directions as the UK. I think we're not there yet. And I think we should really, really count ourselves lucky that we are not, and that we should make the fullest of that opportunity, that we are not there yet. Because right now we do not face prison time because the right to demonstrate is still quite ingrained, especially in Dutch courts, right? So the police is shit, but the judges, they actually are quite good still, and the law is still there that we are protected by it, but that will change at some point. And I do think that a lot of us have accepted that at some point we will go to jail and we will have to spend more time, maybe a month, maybe a year, maybe 2 years, I don't know. But we have to spend some time in jail. So also there, yeah, I think that's also something you accept. And at the same time, something you prepare for and taking precautions that people can stay anonymous, and that, like, not all of us are known, right? We have some people that we put forward, like me, that actually talk to people, but then we also try to keep as many people as possible anonymous, so that when that moment comes, when repression really hits, or when a fascist party comes into power, we are not fucked, basically.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You spoke several times today about challenging the capitalist system as a whole and putting capitalism at the center, the intersection, I guess, of all of these different struggles. Now, have you faced any repression outside of the police and the legal avenues from private companies? For example, do you see people being identified and then fired from their jobs?
Not yet, which is surprising. Not that I know of, at least. I do know people that have had some issue with their employer because of the actions. Actually, I do think people are being fired for these actions. I just think in my personal network they are not, but I have heard of cases.
Yeah, perfect. Well, not perfect, but just thank you for the answer. What will the next round of actions be? Because the way I found out about you guys was this post sort of spreading awareness of a mass action coming up here in June. So what does that look like?
So what we will do, I cannot tell. I also don't know. So that's also part of our security culture. I speak to the press, so I don't know. So that even if I wanted to, I cannot run my mouth. Yeah. But we will attempt to shut down the port, is what we're saying, and what we're going to do, and in what way we're going to do that is a secret, and will remain a secret until we are there. This will happen on the 27th of June, on a Saturday, and the day before that, on the 26th of June, we're having a day to connect with each other and to learn, basically. So we're having a lot of training. We're having an action training. So if it's your first action, you can come to the camp and basically learn about what it means to take action, how you do that, how you break through a police line, that kind of stuff. We have security culture trainings. We have a training on anonymity and how to deal with facial recognition and what to do with your face to prevent that from happening, and all sorts of different stuff. And we're calling it Connect and Conquer. So basically, fascists and the system is trying to divide and conquer us. But we believe that if we connect together, if we share our resources and our knowledge together and stay strong together, we can actually conquer this system, starting with conquering the Port of Rotterdam on the 27th, after we connect on the 26th.
All right. Nathan, I'm obviously not allowed to say publicly, or at least I'm scared of saying publicly, that I endorse anything that you do, but I do want to thank you for sharing your perspective and coming on here and explaining your motivations, because I do think it's important to understand why people taking direct action are doing what are choosing to do what they do, and perhaps we can speak again after the action on the 27th.
Would love to.
Yes, yeah. With a bit of reflection. Is there anything you want to say before we finish here?
No, I think just thank you for having us. I really enjoyed the conversation. Really amazing what you're doing here as well with the Eurozone. And if you would have us again, I'd love to after the 26th for sure.
Perfect. All right. Take care, Nathan, and talk to you hopefully soon.
Yeah, take care, man. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That was Nathan from Geef Tegengas, a direct action group in the Netherlands. Legal disclaimer, I do not endorse any form of direct action simply because I play the role of a quasi journalist, right? Someone who likes to investigate different groups and talk to them and get their motivations, so that you, as a democratic citizen, may make an informed decision about who to vote for, who to support, and what is going on in your society. So any interview that I conduct is not an endorsement with that person. And for those of you who are disappointed by that statement, I hope you understand that in the country that I live in, that is a legal must. It is not a choice that I have. I just simply, if I want to follow the law, I have to give that disclaimer. Look, this is, if you're watching this live, stick around. We have one more interview, which is going to be on the UK Palestine Action activists who have been sentenced to 25 years of prison time combined. If you're watching this pre-recorded on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and stick around for some of the other videos, or check out some of the other videos on the channel. We are Eurozone, a fully independent media channel, not just online, but fully independent. We don't take money from lobby groups, governments, advertising, or even you, the viewers. We don't even take donations. We do this purely for the love of the game. So if you like what you see, please stick around. All right, that was the third topic of the day. We have 2 more to go, so don't go anywhere, Mr. Livestream. I still see quite a few people here. This is actually one of the most successful live streams I've done so far, so thank you so much for joining. I'm going to read a few comments here. We have, again, Mr. Hermoy. Thank you for commenting so many times. Yeah, so somebody here, Hidden Iron, says, a slow change. It is indeed a slow change. And maybe too slow. But at least we are seeing a little bit of momentum picking up, and at least we're seeing also people escalate the pressure, right? Because without that, it's hard to achieve any change, because we've all been to the protests, we've all casted our votes, but it's not being reflected in any meaningful change just yet. Waradi, I'm not sure how you say your name. Says here, I had never heard of Eurozone before today, but everything you've said so far has been straight to the point and straight facts. Quality content. Hey, I appreciate the nice message. Thank you so much for saying that. And yeah, we just started a year ago now. It's not that new, actually. It just feels like yesterday. But yeah, we've been here for a year. You can go back and watch plenty of videos with a similar tone, covering similar topics. Always here to expose the empire's crimes and how and the intersectionality between all of the struggles. Hermo, you're back in the comments saying, having watched another streamer that's based in the UK, he also has to put in that disclaimer whenever he brings up Palestine action. Yeah, exactly. For legal reasons, I simply am not allowed to endorse anyone's actions apart from my own, and my actions are playing the role of a journalist. Anyways, I'm not saying I am a journalist, by the way. I'm just saying that's what I'm trying to do, right? That's my intention. Okay. Coming up, we have Phoebe O'Brien, who is going to take us through the case in the UK. Yeah, I think she's actually ready to join, so we can get into that one very, very quickly. Let me just send her the link, and we'll get right into the next topic. Go. And as always, feel free to add your questions in the chat, not only for me, by the way, but also for the person that I'm interviewing. So if Phoebe says anything that you find interesting or want her to clarify, then you can put it in the chat and I'll ask on your behalf. So yeah. And yeah, I spoke with Phoebe O'Brien a while ago covering this same case. And back then, it looked like a lot of the Palestine Action activists were actually being let off easy and were being allowed to go free under the Keir Starmer government. But of course, a lot has changed since then. And now Keir Starmer has completely flipped and everything is anti-democratic. And they're starting to put these activists through verdicts that are essentially tying them to terrorism, which is a complete miscarriage of justice, because the terrorism charges are only being brought up after the verdict has been given by the jury, which basically means the jury are giving verdicts, decisions, without the full context of the crimes that the defenders are being accused of. So yeah, that's how that goes. All right, let's add Phoebe O'Brien here. Hello.
Hello. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is everything good?
Yes, everything's good.
Would it be better if I rotated the camera?
No, I think this is actually perfect. Let me just try to set it up real quick. How are you doing? All good?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How are you? You in the Netherlands right now?
Yeah, same as always. In Amsterdam, streaming
Sound.
from my house actually.
Let's not play it. Let's not like give any more information on the
that's all people need to know. I guess. Yeah. No, I think last time we talked was in January, if I don't, if I recall correctly.
It's been a while.
Yeah, and last time we talked, a lot of the Palestine action trials were still in the earlier stages, and now it's gotten a lot more severe. Well, actually, when we talked, it was about the hunger strike, right, of the Palestine action prisoners, which gave some small wins in the sense that they were eventually let go, most of them. But the remaining 5 are now being tried as terrorists, which I think is quite a shocking change.
For sure. There are also still Palestine action activists who are imprisoned and who've not been let out on bail. One, which I just want to bring up here, just to like plug him a little bit. It's Umar Khalid, who is suffering from a kind of a very rare muscular dystrophy, and he is being prevented from the appropriate medical care. He's not being allowed to have a wheelchair, which actually allows him to like access parts of the prison. He's having to drag himself around on the floor. So the treatment that the activists have been receiving inside the prison as well has been absolutely deplorable the entire time.
Yeah. We'll get into all of those details in a second, but just am I coming through loud and clear for you? Do you hear me all right?
Oh yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Perfect. All right, and you're also clear on my end. So
yeah.
You
Oh yeah, how's the rest of your podcasting gone today, by the way? Like, you've been interviewing a bunch of people.
Yeah, no, it's been very great. I've actually never had this many people in the chat, so that's been a lot of fun. Hopefully they have some questions as well.
Yeah. Have you been getting much like interaction with the audience and stuff as well?
Yeah, a lot more than last time we talked. So that's really good.
Okay, sound. I'm well done for your mediation the other day with some of the global Flotilla activists. I saw that. I was like, yes.
yeah. I interviewed so many Samud Flotilla activists that eventually they noticed me, I guess, and invited me to host their panel. Yeah, that was very exciting. I've done some panels before, but most of them self-organized or like with very much smaller audiences, let's say. That was for sure the biggest one I've done so far, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, amazing. Like I watched some of the footage from it, and some of like the stories were obviously harrowing, but it was so good to have everyone together so that they could kind of like, you know, galvanize the movement with their own experiences. Like we can see that if the IOF is willing to treat like international activists like this, what are they doing to the Palestinians? You know?
Yeah. For sure. Yeah, and it was just compiling all the stories together. I think is always good, as you're saying, and putting them in that context of both the first wave and the second wave, and how the escalation got more severe, right? As the waves continued.
They were intercepted much farther away from Palestine this time around, and the treatment was a lot harsher. Yeah,
and I don't know if you remember, Saif and Tiago were the 2 captives that were held, the only ones held for a longer period of time from the first wave. And I actually met Saif, 2 days ago. He was there, and that was also a big inspiration, I guess, just to meet one of the biggest activists in Europe.
Yeah, for sure. He's a huge organizer as well. So he's really at the forefront of a lot of different kind of liberation struggles. But obviously, his like Palestinian heritage is like the driving force, and it's like so. It is so amazing to meet these people who have like so much spirit. Like they are the best of us, you know. Like I'm such a chicken. I'm such a chicken. Like I'm too much of a chicken. These guys are better than me, and like all like if I can do anything to support them, then that's my job.
Yeah, I mean, they did highlight as well there's no hierarchy in activism, so I'm happy that we have a role to play in all of this. But I agree with you that their role is probably a lot more respectable than sitting in front of a camera and live streaming on YouTube. But
or like making the occasional like 3-minute video, like this is enough. I'm doing something.
Yeah,
It's definitely not enough. But we all are doing what we're all doing our best.
Yeah, but hopefully, as members of the media, we can new media, we can sort of act as give a little bit of protection, right, to these different people, and I hope that's part of what we'll get into today. If you don't mind, I'll take you off screen for a second. I have a little bit of a long introduction just to set the scene with the UK, and then we'll get into the questions.
Sounds good.
All right. Today marks day 980 of Israel's genocide on Gaza. Israel just announced that they're again closing access to all humanitarian aid entering Gaza. And they have expanded their military occupation to now cover 70% of Gaza and 20% of Lebanon. On top of that, The Lancet published a report highlighting the extent of the genocide, showing that life expectancy has dropped from 75 to 35 years in the Gaza Strip. All of this with funding, arming, and political support from NATO. The UK in particular continues to supply military equipment to Israel, including F-35 fighter jet components. Currently, an additional deal worth £2 billion is underway with Elbit Systems, an Israeli defense firm, to train British soldiers. The UK Ministry of Defense provides intelligence from Israeli surveillance, from aerial surveillance of Gaza, and the Royal Air Force also engages in joint training exercises with the Israeli Air Force, making them a key component of Israel's carpet bombing in Gaza. Some members of the UK public have taken action into their own hands, attempting to disrupt the delivery of military weapons from the UK to Israel through direct action initiatives. 4 of such activists, part of the group called Palestine Action, have just been sentenced to a total combined of 25 years of prison time, under a declaration of links to terrorism. Joining me now is Dr. Phoebe O'Brien, an independent journalist and content creator who has been tracking the case closely. Welcome back, Phoebe O'Brien. Thank you so much for joining the broadcast. Let's just start with the links to terrorism, because I think that is the most shocking change of events that at least I was not expecting, since the jury, as I understand, gave the verdict before this additional connection to terrorism was added onto the case by the judge. How did that come in? When did that come into play?
Well, I think the most kind of sordid aspect of this case is the judge himself. The judge is a person called Jeremy Johnson. He has been a High Court judge since 2019 and has presided over cases mainly representing the police and different British government agencies. So, for example, he's represented the MOD in the case of Al Swady in 2013, which exonerated some British troops from the torture and killing of Iraqi prisoners from within their custody, when some of the British soldiers actually told on their colleagues. So the evidence base was very much there, but this judge presided over that case and allowed them to be completely acquitted of any wrongdoing. This has kind of been a thread throughout his judicial career. And he is the one who is responsible for bringing the terrorist connection to the case. And this was very much an orchestrated decision. The only reason that he was able to do this is because there was a change to the crime, to the counterterrorism and punishment law, which occurred in 2021, which basically allowed it so that the court, so that the jury would be able to find a defendant guilty on a non-terrorism charge, and then the terrorism charge be added during the sentences by a judge unilaterally, because the judge is supposed to be neutral in the trial, but in this case, it's very clear the judge was not in fact neutral. So this law was originally put into force under the previous conservative government, and it was designed initially for people who had already been convicted of terrorism, who then committed further crimes, so that they could be tried by the jury on those crimes, and then the judge could use their discretion to say, okay, this crime, maybe like a grievous bodily harm or something, could have a terror connection because this person was already convicted for terrorism. So that was the initial use, but like how this law was supposed to be used in future. But this judge has used it in this unprecedented way to characterize direct action as terrorism in post trial. So this was a decision made only by the judge, and he decreed that because of the circumstances of the action, which was said to be for political motivations, which I think is generally what direct action and protest is for. So they are always politically motivated. It's kind of implicit within the process. Was saying that it was politically motivated to change some kind of policy, which it obviously was, and that it was designed to intimidate a certain section of the population. So the section of the population that he's actually referring to here is the employees of Elbit Systems, the factory, which is Israel's largest weapons manufacturer, and this is the company which has been repeatedly targeted by Palestine Action throughout all of their direct action that they've done since their founding, and also companies who are part of the supply chain for Elbit Systems. So the section of the public which is being intimidated by the direct action of Palestine Action is in fact the employees of Elbit Systems, and this was I don't know if this is actually hearsay. This is what I have read from various different like activist posting, but that because a disabled toilet was vandalized during the action. It wasn't just there to, they weren't just there to damage the weaponry, they were there to actually intimidate the staff of the company, which is very much facilitating a genocide, which is very much against international law. So that is why the UK legal system is now, because we have a precedence-based law, it can now be used to designate any direct action as terrorism, because we now have a precedence case to refer to in order to be able to do that. Because a disabled toilet was vandalized like during that action.
Right, and I think that just highlights how not only in Europe, but I mean in this case specifically in the UK, how the justice system is completely twisted into pretzels, right? And does a lot of mental gymnastics in order to somehow find an angle in which they can apply unjust verdicts, right? So some key things you mentioned there. First of all, picking a judge who has a history of forgiving British soldiers for war crimes, then applying a law where they don't have to disclose to the jury that the defendants are being accused of terrorism, and this law being designed originally for people who were already convicted of terrorism prior. That's a detail I didn't know. Thanks for bringing that up. And all of that kind of happening in order to force a certain outcome. And the last detail you bring up, very interesting, right? Of course, I had forgotten, but terrorism in theory is to intimidate a civilian population. It is not enough, I guess, to intimidate a government or a particular company. So the fact that they twisted this into saying that the acts of Elbit Systems were targeted at the employees of Elbit Systems is quite an interesting detail.
Yeah, it's a reach. It's a reach.
Yeah, it's
a reach.
It's definitely a reach. But were you surprised at all by the extent of this reach? Is this further than you've seen before?
Yeah, well, like obviously all of yesterday I was absolutely glued to my phone. I was watching number one of the main things I wanted to bring up about this is the intense level of police brutality that was occurring at the protest outside Woolwich Crown Court, which is where the actual sentencing was taking place. So hundreds of people, because there's been a huge campaign within the UK for the last couple of weeks to try and get people down to the court. So hundreds of people showed up to support the activists, and they were manhandled and brutalized by the police as the activists were being taken out of the courtroom in a van. I think it was a Cernco van, but that's like another kind of conversation. Yeah, as they were being taken out of the courtroom, some activists lay themselves down on the ground to prevent the van from being able to pass, and the police were dragging activists by their hair across the floor. So they were very much replicating the kind of tactics like that the IOF have been taught to use towards, you know, the international activists, towards Palestinian prisoners. Like, the brutality is absolutely insane, and it just shows there is this huge issue of dehumanization within the British police force. Like, somehow they've been convinced by authority that the people that they're dealing with on the street, the people who they're supposed to serve,
right,
are in some way not human enough to be treated as such. You know, they are brutalizing people. They're being extremely aggressive, extremely violent, and like we are the people that they are supposed to be protecting, and what they are protecting now is property, and property that is being used to infringe international or break international law in order to do a genocide. It's just astounding. It's just astounding that we've got to this point, I think, is what I'm trying to say there.
Yeah, no, and actually that's a very strong point to highlight. I mean, I grew up watching Hassan Piker. That's partially why I started doing these live streams, and he always brought up the UK policing as a prime example of what he wanted the American policing to follow as an example, right? That UK policing is actually historically quite good at de-escalation and of avoiding police brutality. Not all of them walk around with weapons and are as trigger happy as American police. But I definitely have seen a complete shift, not only in the UK, but in Europe in general, just a complete carelessness and brutality of around dealing with Palestine protesters. Do you think the British public will continue to accept this? Are you still seeing any momentum shift in the people around you, or let's say more broadly in the British public towards their views on the police and Palestine action?
Well, as every day goes on, obviously more evidence towards towards Israel being a genocidal apartheid entity is revealed to everyone. You know, even from sections of the population, demographics of the population, which previously were not super aware of what was going on, say, like maybe their algorithms weren't showing them the live stream genocide to the same extent as some of us. They have definitely come around to the idea that like our civil liberties, our right to protest, our freedom of political expression is being corroded. Like, if I just had to come up with one person, I would talk about like maybe my dad, my uncle, like people who are very much in this like older demographic who tends not to be so galvanized by these issues. They're now starting to see this as a real problem. Maybe it's because some of the Palestine activists look like their children. You know, maybe they're finally seeing that connection between like, oh, my children could have been involved with this. I've been to there's actually a film out at the moment called Operation Recomply, which is about the Filton the Filton action and about the actionists as well. And when I was at the film screening, some of the parents of some of the activists who were also arrested, mind, like were speaking about their experiences, and I feel like it's something that a lot of people should watch and should see, and they would be able to see a lot of themselves in those parents. And I would hope that would help them to understand like the gravity of this situation, and how if we let this continue, if we let this continue, there will be an issue which they don't support at some point, and then dissent towards the government on that issue will be completely out of the question. And what are we supposed to do at that point? You know?
Yeah.
So I definitely see something building within the general population, like this kind of anti-establishment sentiment, which unfortunately at the moment is being very much directed by the far right and by, you know, honestly, globalist forces. I don't really know what else to say here, but this international cabal of right-wing think tanks, like actors, billionaires, who are strategically deploying rhetoric, because you can see it's the same rhetoric in like the European countries as in Britain, as in Northern Ireland, to fuel these same racial tensions, and also to fuel racial tensions and anti-immigrant sentiment. And this is obviously completely kind of atrophied into immigrants being targeted, like with arson attacks in Belfast recently. And this kind of thing has also fueled race riots around migrant hotels and things in the UK last summer and the summer before. So I'm kind of seeing this split where people who were previously undecided are either going very much down the path of like immigrants are the reason for all of my problems, or brown people, because you obviously haven't spoken to them, and then people very much realizing like, no, the government is the problem, the authorities are the problem, the billionaires who are paying the government to make political choices in their favor are the problem. And it's kind of a mess, but like, I'm still hopeful.
Yeah, no, what you're saying makes a lot of sense. So just to pick off on some of those points, I mean, first of all, this anti-establishment feeling that you're talking about, I see that represented in the numbers. The most recent poll I have from YouGov says that 70% of the UK now has an unfavorable view of Israel, while only 23% still remain with having a favorable view of Israel. So that's a huge shift, right? There's very few issues where you have 70% of a country aligned behind one point of view. However, exactly as you mentioned, unfortunately, it seems that a lot of those are still being funneled in the wrong direction, right? So you have Reform UK, also in the most recent polling, is number one on 27%. Labour has lost a lot of favorability, going from 40% down to 18% now. The Conservative Party is at 19%. Oh, I think we lost. Now you're seeing me from two angles. Give me 1 second here to bring her back.
Sorry, it was me. Sorry, carry on. So Labour Party is at...
Labour Party is at 18%. We have the Conservative Party at 19%. So if you combine that with Reform UK, they're almost at 50% together, right? Enough to form government just between the two of them. The Green Party, which we had a lot of hope for, is still around 15%. And then you have the Lib Dems, who are just another new Liberal Party at 12%, right? So although there is that anti-establishment shift, it does seem that most of them are being funneled the wrong way. Do you see any of that changing? I know we talked about it a bit last time, but what do you think is the blocker there?
Definitely funding. So basically, if you're willing to regurgitate regressive or right-wing propaganda, then you've got billionaires throwing cash at you left, right, and center. Like for Stephen Yatesy Lennon, or better known as Tommy Robinson, has been funded by far right figures for his entire career. I watched a press conference that he gave many years ago, actually, but it's just been brought back up, just illustrating that he was actually funneled into this industry by literal Zionists. There was Ezra Levant, who is the founder of Rebel News, and he was the one who originally platformed Stephen Yatesy Lennon, which is his legal name. I'm not actually like misnaming him. Tommy Robinson is an alias. And then Robert Shillman, who is a big Israel donor and also was the person who sponsored his initial employment. So he is like the very much the far right, and like the regressive movement in the UK is Zionist. Like that is its main backing. And Reform UK has just had a splinter party, actually, because apparently some of their immigration policies weren't harsh enough. So there's another super right-wing party called Restore, which has popped up. And this party is set to be funded almost entirely by Elon Musk.
Right.
So this, once again, could just be figures being bandied about. I'm not sure about the legitimacy of these figures, but like I heard something to the tune of 10 million £10 million investment in Restore from Elon Musk. And now he's just become the world's first trillionaire. That's literally small change. That means absolutely nothing. That is like 0.00001% of his total wealth. So like it's funding. It's literally funding, because really I believe that most people are good people and all they want to do is live their little lives in peace and spend time with their family members and their loved ones and like genuinely want to be like kind and make the world a better place.
Yeah.
But they are just being consistently misinformed by a slew of misinformation, which is coming through bot accounts, which is coming through compromised like legacy media and social media. Obviously, like the billionaires also control the social media algorithms. Like my TikTok views have absolutely bottomed out since they got taken over by the Ellison family and Oracle in February. So like we're very much up against it, because the very tools that we are using to attempt to kind of like revolt against these extremely like nefarious, like archonic, that is a word from Gnosticism, but I think that it's so actually useful in this conversation, but we can talk about that another time. These establishment forces that just want to uphold the status quo of like intense inequality and extractivism. And like we need to counter that as a progressive force, but what we are just up against is like lack of resources. That's basically, I think it is, because like our arguments are better. Like we want a better world for everyone. I just don't see how you can argue with that, but it's just because we don't have as much funding.
I definitely take your point there. I mean, with Elon Musk becoming a trillionaire, I was preparing for the next segment, which will be exactly on Elon Musk. You know, that means he has a million millions, right? So for him to put 240 million behind Donald Trump, that's only 240 million out of his 1 million millions, right? That's nothing.
It's nothing.
Yeah,
it's nothing.
He can absolutely continue doing that for forever. For a million days if he wants to, right? And also, if I may, just I want to jump in here from a few questions coming in from the chat.
Yeah, of course.
First thing here, just a bit lighthearted, I guess. Tommy's real name being Lennon is wild.
Yeah.
And a few people saying
he's giving Lennon a bad name. Like, what the hell?
And a few people here saying that you should run for office and asking if you have a YouTube channel. So I guess just a little self-promo break before we continue.
I do have a YouTube channel, but it's just the same stuff that I put on my other social medias. I can maybe like drop it in the chat or something, like when we're done here. I think it's literally like Phoebe O'Brien or something. I think if you search it, you'll find me. But yeah, maybe I should also jump on and do some more long format. It's kind of fun having a little rant. Like, you know, like the Instagram's constrained me so much to this 3 minutes. Like, unless it's shorter than 3 minutes, it's not going to get recommended to new audiences.
Yeah.
Like, exactly. I want to sit here and have a rant.
No, I understand what you're saying. That's why I'm a big fan of this long form content.
Yeah, no, for real. You're doing a great job at it as well.
Thank you. I also take your point around TikTok. I mean, I know it sounds very silly coming from influencers complaining about views falling, but it is really night and day. Like once it got taken over by the Zionist lobby, the views are quite literally stuck at 0 sometimes, or at most a few hundred.
Literally installed a bunch of Zionists in the content moderation department.
Yeah.
like that's literally it.
Yeah.
So every time you say anything about Israel, anything about Zionism, like whatever, your content is just automatically demoted. I've also been getting content removed a lot for anything about climate change, like anything about climate. I've had it taken down for misinformation, for being AI, for like all this kind of like copyright infringement. I'm like, wow, you guys really don't want me to talk about climate change or Palestine. It's almost like these are the two biggest issues of our time or something.
Yeah. No, I fully take that point. Maybe getting back on topic here. I have another interesting development which happened in the last 2 weeks, which was that I mentioned him before, but Hassan Piker and his uncle, I believe, Cenk Uygur, were banned from entering the UK essentially.
They were.
What does that say for the UK in terms of press freedoms?
That was actually shocking to me. I think it was Mahmood, Shabana Mahmood, who is our Home Secretary, who actually officially banned them. And if I remember rightly, the reason was because their speech is not conducive to the public good. That was the reason that she cited for like blocking them from the country. And I was like, what on earth does that mean? And Like I don't think there was very much information given on that, but I think that it bodes terribly, obviously. Like traditionally the UK has been a place, like been a political safe haven. Like Marx died here.
Yeah.
Marx died here because it was safe, because he had to run away and he came to the UK because like this is what we used to represent. We used to represent a place where, okay, maybe people were talking on all sides of the political spectrum. Maybe people were saying like good things and bad things and whatever, but you could say it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we had actual freedom of speech, and that was beautiful. And like, even as a progressive, even as a leftist, I will always defend people's freedom of speech, people's freedom of political expression, even if they're saying something that I don't like, unless it's literally inciting violence towards an actual towards an actual person, then you go spout off about whatever crap you think is right, whatever. But it's preventing people from being able to do that. Obviously, it has a little bit of the Barbara Streisand effect as well, because they were due to speak at the Oxford Union, and I don't know how many people would have actually watched their speech at the Oxford Union, but people certainly watched it now.
Yeah.
You know, they really kind of blew up their whole whole like shtick. Everything they were supposed to be doing in the UK became like extremely well known and well watched. So
exactly. I hope as well that like as we continue to face repression, people also start to find a little bit of interest in why we're being silenced, right? In some sort of backlash, as
it's always for Israel.
Yeah.
Because all of our countries are literally controlled by Zionists.
Interesting point there. I just had with the previous person that was on the broadcast. There is always this question around: is it the dog that wags the tail or the tail that wags the dog? In the sense that the previous person was putting the blame on capitalism as a source for where all of these struggles intersect, and as you know, Karl Marx, you brought him up a second ago, he would say that imperialism is a natural progression of capitalism, right? So do you think this is a case of the UK and Europe more broadly just defending their complicity in genocide by blaming it on Israel, wherein, you know, Israel is more a natural progression of UK policies, of European policies, or is it really politicians that wish they could do something better but are being coerced by Israel and therefore act in support of Israel?
I think, okay, when it comes to the actual politicians, I think to a large extent it's groupthink. I think that it's very much, you know, what is acceptable. What is the Overton window of the particular people that you are in contact with every day of your life? You know, and I think Westminster is an extremely toxic place where you can't step out of line. And there is a lot of really sordid shit that goes on in Westminster. I think they did some drug testing on the toilets in Westminster, and like 11 out of 12 of the toilets came up like positive for a bunch of different drugs. So they're doing like there's bars in there, like they're getting swifty. Okay. So I think that the actual environment within Westminster, and this has also come out a little bit since Hannah Spencer, who won the Gorton and Denton election for the Green Party, got into Westminster. So she's now an MP, she has a seat, and she's been kind of like spilling the beans a little bit, which means that everybody else who was in there before her kind of like stayed quiet like about what was going on in there. So for some, I think it's that. For some, it's people see like exalting Israel and like Zionist values and whatever as a means to power. Because obviously, if you're willing to be a Zionist, then you're set for life. You are set for life. People will fund you. You will be given like jobs in this organization, sitting on this board, like in this council, like or whatever. You will always be employable because you're willing to forego your own humanity to champion genocide, and not very many people will do that. So you're going to get paid. So it's kind of this dichotomy of groupthink and hunger for and greed. And then when it comes to more like the international stage, like what Israel is as an entity, obviously it was initially a British project. It was like under the British protectorate. After it was taken from the Ottomans, like it is a British outpost in West Asia in order to control the resources there. There's not much more to it than that. But on top of that, it is the culmination of how do I phrase this? it is the culmination of what I believe to be the maybe not the foundational source text of the patriarchy, but definitely its most pervasive propagator throughout the earth. And very much, I think the patriarchy preceded capitalism, like exploitation, like all this kind of stuff by several thousand years. But it is fundamentally the basis of it, of imperialism, of colonialism, of any type of like domination or oppression, because you've got to imagine it like going from the micro to the macro. So if you're like in your interpersonal relationships, if you're able to, denigrate your own mother, if you're able to fundamentally see you as a man as different from the mother who produced you, like who bore you into this world and raised you, and therefore like uphold the patriarchy, that is the first domination, like the initial domination that begets all of the other dominations. And if you look at Abrahamic scripture, Abrahamic thought, it very much has this idea that the universe, the world, whatever, is begot by man. Like we know that doesn't happen. We know men don't beget anything. It comes from a woman, and like in the religions that very much preceded like Abrahamic thought, which the deities of the Abrahamic religions come from. So they're all from the Canaanite pantheon. Yahweh was a god within the Canaanite pantheon. These pantheons used to have female conceptions of the divine. Judaism used to have female conceptions of the divine, but they have been slowly written out of the theology, which means that women were then written out of the theocracy, because all of these areas were then governed by theocracy for thousands of years. So if women have no spiritual power, they also have no decisive or like organizational power or political power within their like societal structures or whatever. So I very much see the connection here between like Abrahamic religions, the patriarchy, capitalism, exploitation, colonialism, imperialism. This is very much like, I guess, like ecofeminist thought. Yeah.
But I will say,
that's my thought on that.
First of all, absolute bar what you said, that or let's say exterminating or taking women out of the theology means that they're then taken out of a power structure of I will also say everything you mentioned there is homegrown. So I think to my question, the answer there would be that these are things homegrown in Europe that then have
Exactly.
Yeah.
When the Europeans got their I kind of like subsumed the Holy Roman Empire, I guess, because obviously that's how this thing has all been subverted, really, because it was like subsumed by the Holy Roman Empire. This is like the most ridiculous stuff, because if you look at the regressive movement in the UK today, the far right movement in the UK today, they're constantly harking back to Christian values. The same thing with the US, constantly harking back to Christian values, like that's our indigenous religion or something. Like, guys, I'm sorry, but this is a religion from West Asia. Jesus was brown and Palestinian, and then it got like that religion got subsumed by the Holy Roman Empire, and then we all got Christianized by the Romans. So like none of our indigenous spiritualities is Christianity.
Yeah.
Like none of us, not in England, not in the Netherlands, not in Germany, like none of them. Yeah. And this like focus on Christian values is very much also giving the same kind of like barefaced historical inaccuracy as the whole Zionist project.
Yeah. And I'm still someone who focuses very much on class struggle and thinks that it all relates back to capitalism. So I agree with you fully that we have a culture of exploitation, and I won't disagree with the idea that it comes from patriarchy. My focus is still on exploitation comes from what we learned under capitalism. But I do hear more and more people talking about the matriarchy as an ultimate solution to this, and before capitalism you have patriarchy. So thank you.
They're linked. There's like a level of seeing other human beings as like inalienably having the right to like dignity of life, which I feel like is suppressed within the patriarchy far more so than it would be under a matriarchy. And I guess I kind of missed out a little bit of the analysis there, where it comes down to what is even the idea of private property. So this is very much what like capitalism rests on, is the private ownership of the means of production. But why do we think we can own things in the first place? Like, why do we think that you can section out a little bit of land and go like, I own this and you don't own this? And how do you actually say, I own this thing? Because just saying you own it isn't enough. What you have to do is you have to prevent other people from being able to access it through violence or the threat of violence, which is law. So the whole reason why we have this concept of private property in the first place definitely links to kind of the foundation of the patriarchy, which very much was the foundation of like marriage practices. Because previously, under like matrilineal or matrilocal societies, like if there was a concept of property, the property was always passed down like the female line, because everybody knows who they gave birth to. But then as soon as you have like a patriarchy installed and like then marriage practices, this is when you also get like virgin marriage, because the whole point is like you are marrying a man to a woman to ensure that that woman's children only ever are from that man. So that she has to be like a virgin when she's married to him, and then he has ownership over the wife and the children. And this is actually like ancient Roman slave law. And this is what our concept of private property in the West is still based on today. So it's all very much like interlinked. And like, I don't think you could have had capitalism unless you'd had the formation of patriarchy, which allowed us to conceptualize that you could actually own a piece of the land that we're all born on and from and are.
No, very convincing arguments, I must say. So I'm very thankful for you bringing that up. So we went into, I guess, the core cause of everything that we're seeing now unfolding in Gaza, and therewith also what is happening in the UK. But bringing it back to the case of the Palestine Action activists, do you think there is any room for them to continue a legal battle and revert the decision made by the court today?
This is what I was looking up just before this. I was like, can they do anything? Can they appeal it? And like, I don't really have a legal background, so I don't feel like I am. I don't feel like I have the authority to kind of speak on that matter. I would hope so. I would hope that there is some kind of appeal process, but the way that the British legal system works, I'm not totally sure that that is possible. I don't think that it's going to prevent people from continuing to fight for the Palestinian cause. That is for sure. Like the Palestinian movement in the UK has literally never been stronger. This has brought so many people together as well. So like I'm just like forever grateful for these incredible human beings who have really put their bodies in the way of like state violence to save Palestinian lives, because that's what they were doing this for. They did this out of love. They did this out of a deep reverence for like the Palestinian experience, and knowing that just by destroying, just led myself onto a point which I really wanted to make, which is that during the actual trial, so the jury trial, the judge during the jury trial, there was no evidence presented about what was actually damaged during the action. So all that was told to the jury was they damaged like roughly this amount of money's worth of stuff. And bearing in mind, during this trial, they also weren't allowed to talk about Elbit systems, Israel, genocide. So the jury was totally in the dark about what equipment they had actually damaged within the factory. But during sentencing, this information was actually brought. So, and it's actually so damning. And this obviously should have been presented to the jury during the trial. But if they had presented it to the jury during the trial, it would have like ruined the whole like fudging of the case that like crooked Mr. Jeremy Johnson had planned. Because I'm just going to have to read this off because it's actually kind of crazy. So it was a Kestrel targeting system, which is an automated moving target indicator, which is used in the Skylark and Hermes drones to track Palestinians in real time before killing them. And the IOF reports that Skylarks are used in every major operational activity. It was Magni X drones, which are quadcopters, which are used to surveil and gather intelligence before for attacks. It was Thor drones, which are unmanned military drones used to surveil and drop bombs. The bombs are called the Terminate 4. Thor drones are a core part of the AI network called Legion X, which connects swarms of drones to attack Palestinians. The drones actually coordinate and make the decisions themselves, like autonomously, and they can carry up to 13 kg of weapons each, which could include 6 lethal grenades. Then the Lanius, which is Italian for butcher, drones, which are a mini quadcopter, which is also part of the Legion X network, which is small enough to fit through windows, and can also be mounted with weaponry, so they are able to also kill. Legion X is also used to coordinate unmanned ground vehicles like Rook and Probot, which carry weapons and also loitering munitions. And I presume this is things like landmines. And then lastly, it was the Easy Aerial Drones, which is actually a US company, which is headquartered in Brooklyn, but has offices in Israel, which was founded and managed by IOF soldiers. And its chief product officer said that the products found an immediate need after October 7th. And Elbit also has contracts with this company, Easy Aerial, to retrofit their UAVs. So had this information been presented during the trial, it would have been extremely clear what the activists were damaging during their action, and the jury would have been so much more likely to move to acquit. So I don't understand how it has been allowed more than anything. Like, how could you not present information which they presumably had at the time of trial, and only use it during the sentencing when this obviously corrupt judge was able to make a unilateral decision to trump up the charges to terrorism?
No, absolutely. I mean, what you just mentioned there are all biblically satanic weapons, right? Like, in the sense that all of these are being used to target children, as you mentioned, even autonomously in Gaza. And the fact that all of this was reduced to, or twisted to, say that they actually were targeting bathrooms for disabled people and or people with disabilities, and then that somehow means that they are committing an act of terrorism trying to intimidate the disabled employees of Elbit Systems is absolute lunacy, right? Yeah. Thank you so much for those details. I want to just give you a bit of space here towards the end to bring up any other details that you might think are shocking or that people should know about this case.
Yeah, I guess the last bit that I would bring up is just another reason why this judge is so crooked. During the second trial, he actually tried to get the defending barrister done for contempt of court for bringing up a case from 1670, which is recognized as having established beyond question the independence of the jury. So this is because Britain has this really ancient law system where you just refer back to previous cases, and that's how you build laws here. I know it doesn't really make any sense whatsoever, but nothing in Britain does. Everything is just built on dilapidated foundations of something else, even the houses. And then he read from a commemorative plaque about this case, which is in the Old Bailey, which is one of our institutional legal buildings. And it states that it established the right of juries to give their own verdict based on their own convictions. And he said that during the closing speech to the jury. And then Jeffrey, sorry.
Yeah.
Jeffrey. I was like, oh God, the wrong one. Jeremy Johnson was like, no, this is actually contempt of court. And this is the first time in living memory, or possibly ever, that a barrister has been done for contempt of court during the jury statement, during his closing remarks.
Well, I think that highlights again the same point that the justice system has completely been entangled here and let's say malformed, right, in order to force this verdict that otherwise would not have been carried out under the natural process of the law. Thank you so much for joining me, Phoebe O'Brien. If you have anything you want to plug or share, then please, I give you the platform for that.
What a good question. I guess just all of my social medias. Please, pop over to my Chili app profile as well. It's also Phoebe O'Brien. And on there, you can find actions which are related to things like Palantir, related to the Global Similar Flotilla, I post new actions a lot of the time, and these are like really quick, kind of like micro actions that you can do like with one click usually, or two. And this means that you can kind of like do a bunch of them at the same time. And it's all pretty well integrated with AI. So if, for example, if it's like sending an email, it'll be like a tailored email, so it can maybe bypass some of the junk filtering things, which may stop your email from getting through.
Yeah.
Also my Substack, which is phoebeobrien.substack.com, where I post kind of like longer format analysis of anything that springs to my mind, really. And yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for having me on, because I got to have my little rant.
Yeah, no, of course. And I hope soon I can do these a lot more often, and this at some point becomes a full-time thing. But until then, I guess we'll have you on at some point, hopefully with better news than currently, because it seems like we only discuss the worst moments of British politics. But yeah, thank you so much.
British politics is kind of a mess, but like, where isn't right now?
That's true.
Albania, I think it's kind of a mess, but like the people are doing good.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, all of Europe is in a really bad political state right now, for sure. All right, thank you so much for joining, Phoebe, and let's see when we talk again next time.
Yeah, and thank you for your service, honestly. You're doing God's work.
No worries, and likewise, of course. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
That was Phoebe O'Brien from the UK, just talking to us about the case of the Palestine activist from Palestine Action getting convicted. And of course, we delved into a lot more details there. I just want to read one comment from the chat from No Name Person 18 before we close this video, because Phoebe O'Brien brought up, of course, the matriarchy versus patriarchy argument. And only person says, boy, don't get me started on women. Women can also be as violent as much as men. See the women in the IDF or any other woman in police, matriarch or patriarch. Look, I'm not an expert in the patriarchy or matriarchy, but I do know this much, that when people argue that the patriarchy produces violence and produces the foundations of capitalism, they are not saying that men inherently, or that our gender inherently produces this sort of antisocial behavior of dominance. They are saying that people, both men and women, who grow up in a patriarchal society are taught patriarchal values, which are about dominance and exploitation, right? So it is not that just because you're a woman, you are exempt from being able to do bad things. If a woman is raised in a patriarchal society, she will act under patriarchal values and therefore be able to do horrible things. That is their argument. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I'm just trying to present their argument a little more clearly for you there. Me personally, I'm not quite convinced yet. I think capitalism is the source issue, mainly because I do kind of agree that that comes before gender-based. I'm a little bit skeptical. I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm a little bit skeptical of the matriarchy argument, just because I find it to be another way of distracting from the core issue, in the sense of saying this is not because of imperialism or capitalism. This is just because that group, that gender, right, divided by gender, has an issue in their genetics or ways of being. For me, that's like blaming the Gaza genocide explicitly on the Jews, or saying that it's because of this group particularly. No, I think all of these things are a result of a system that we've built, right? And I advocate to change that system being capitalism. So that's why I'm not completely sold. I think that capitalism will produce things like patriarchy, but in the end, it's I guess an argument of the chicken or the egg, which one came first. In any case, we have a lot more in common in our way of thinking with the matriarchy crowd than we have disagreements on. If you're watching this live, stick around. I have one more topic to get to, which is gonna be quite interesting. It's gonna be Elon Musk becoming a trillionaire, how he made his money and what he does with his money. If you're watching this pre-recorded on YouTube, then please like, subscribe, and share the video. I do this completely free for the love of the game. I don't take money from governments, political lobbies, APAC, CD, or any other group. I don't even take advertising money or money from you, the viewer. If you want to donate to me, you cannot. There is no way to do that. Yeah, so if you want real independent media talking about European and global issues, then please subscribe and stick around. All right. No name person. Before I get into the next topic, I have to recognize your chats because they've been fucking hilarious. You wrote here, Roman Empire is mid. I fully agree. I mean, some of the aesthetics are kind of cool. Little known fact, I grew up in Rome. The Colosseum, fucking baller. Not what it represents, of course. Like, I don't know, 3-4 different animal species were eradicated in there. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, I don't know, of humans died in there. I understand it's a terrible thing, but it looks fucking cool. And growing up in Rome, the architecture of the Roman Empire, entangled, weaving in and out of modern day architecture is just really beautiful. So I do have a little bit of appreciation for that. But yeah, the Roman Empire as a whole is foundational for a lot of the modern fascist movements that we're seeing in Europe, by the way. Just side note, I can make a different video on that. If no name person says, if I name my house, what? If I name my house Israel, will EU give me $1 billion a year? Potentially. For sure, if you do advocacy work for the Israeli lobby, you will get a lot of money. As someone in media, I can tell you, doing this job, if I was doing what I'm doing right now, but advocating for right-wing points of view, advocating for the Israeli lobby, I would have funding already and I would be able to quit my job, you know? Instead, I have to be afraid that one day I'll get fired from my job for speaking against Israel. That's just the reality in Europe, right? You can't go out in public and advocate against certain imperialist policies without eventually facing some form of repression. What kind of jury? Again, no name person saying, what kind of jury are they? Do they live under the rock? Under a rock? Does the jury not see the news? Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The jury should have known about this case independently, but I do think they choose the jury on purpose to have people there who are pretty much not knowing of any context, right? If you already have sympathy for Palestine Action or the Palestine movement, then they don't select you for the jury on Palestine Action, right? They don't. They always try to remove bias, so to speak, or at least that is the official explanation from the jury. All right. Thank you so much for all your comments, no name person. You keep saying something about Taylor Swift. I don't quite understand what that is to say or what you're trying to say there, but feel free to explain. I'm going to jump into the last topic here of the night. I think we've been streaming for 3 hours now. But as much as I would like to go to sleep, I have to talk about Elon Musk becoming the world's first trillionaire. So the title of this segment is The World's First Trillionaire. Subtitle, The End of Capitalism. Give me a moment here. I'm going to do an introduction and then we're going to talk about it. Let's go. Elon Musk has become the world's first trillionaire while the rest of his nation faces increasing levels of debt through poverty. How did Elon Musk get his money? What does he do with his money? How does he avoid paying taxes? And what could we do with the money if we did tax him? Stick around to find out. Let's start with the big headline, right? The size of this man's money. He now has 1.1 trillion, making him the first ever recorded human to own $1 trillion. That's a lot of money. That's more GDP. That's more than the GDP of Poland or Switzerland. So this man has more money to his name than the entire country of Poland spends in a year. Not only spends, the amount of money that is gone, that transacts between the people of Poland in a year. Every single transaction in Poland, summed up, doesn't even equate to one man's wealth. In fact, if Elon Musk were to spend $1 million per day, starting today, it would take him 3,000 years to run out of money. You understand what I'm saying? If Elon Musk started spending money, $1 million a day, 1,000 years before Jesus Christ came along, he would still to this day have money left. This is an insane amount of money that nobody needs to have, and serves very little purpose sitting in one man's bank account. It is not a contribution to the economy. It is not constructive to the welfare of the country. It is not constructive to anything but the power of one human. And how can we have that in a democratic society? How can you argue that we live in a democracy when the economic system we live under produces a concentration of wealth that extreme, where one person has a million millions, $1 trillion? Compare this to the average working class family in the US, where the median annual wage is $60,000 a year. That means it would take 18 million years to earn $1 trillion and get to the same wealth level as Elon Musk. It would take the average working class family 18 million years if they saved up every penny of their 60,000 yearly salary to hit the same wealth as Elon Musk. At the same time, 240 million of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. That's 73% of the population. 3/4 of the American population live paycheck to paycheck without having any money left over for their savings, meaning that if they have any emergency, they cannot pay for it. 40 million Americans live under the official poverty line. That's 11% of the population. 1 out of 10 Americans live under the official poverty line. And this is a number that continues to increase, while Elon Musk has a million millions more. 30 million people have no access to healthcare in the United States, and many millions more struggle to pay even if they do have access, right? Just because you have healthcare insurance doesn't mean that you can get healthcare, because there's still out-of-pocket premiums, which can be several tens of thousands, right? You can have healthcare insurance and still have to pay $100,000 for a simple procedure. That is the reality of healthcare in the United States. 700,000 Americans are currently homeless. So not only do 40 million Americans live under the poverty line, 30 million of whom have no access to healthcare, 700,000 don't even have a house. They live on the streets. And I'm sure you've seen the videos, right, from some of these neighborhoods where there's a lot of homeless people just living out their last days on the street. Total US household debt reached 18.8 trillion in the first quarter of this year. Credit card debt being the number one component out of that 18.8 trillion. So what you're looking at is a whole nation where people live paycheck to paycheck. If they miss 1 month of income or have one health crisis, they are immediately kicked out of the economic system. They are cast down to below the poverty line, or even worse, being homeless. And to avoid falling into that, because there is no social safety net, what do they do instead? They take on debt. 18.8 trillion US dollars of debt from households. Okay? Globally, if we compare Elon Musk's wealth to the globe, 847 million worldwide live on less than $3 per day. 300 million people are homeless. 265 million face crisis level hunger, have to deal with starvation. 1.5 million die annually each year, not in total, but every year, from preventable diseases. I never want to hear, by the way, I think this is a good moment to drop this in the video. I never want to hear a capitalist person saying that communism starved a billion, gazillion, million people to death. We live in an economic system where hundreds of millions of people don't have access to housing, don't have access to food, don't have access to healthcare and who every year die because they don't have access to these very basic human rights. And that is because of capitalism. While one man has $1 trillion. If you were to stack his money in $100 bills around the globe, that shit could go around the globe 3 times. 3 times. Do you know how big the world is for you to stack your money and it goes around the world 3 times? Not even the little Uzi Vert rappers could come up with bars like that, by the way. Just saying. What was it that like I'm 4'3", but on top of my money I'm 5 foot? Like, yeah, that's nothing compared to Elon Musk. He can lay down $100 bills and it'll go around the world 3 times. Whilst people, hundreds of millions of people, are starving to death because the capitalist system doesn't allow them to dig their own food, to plant their own food, while climate change pushes millions of people into starvation because the land is no longer fertile, right? So this man in this capitalist system, where did he get all of his money from? Let's check it out. Of course, the most recent headline that we're referencing here is the SpaceX market that the SpaceX company having their debut on the stock market. What does that mean? He took the SpaceX company and started accepting stocks for it, right? So basically went public with it. And with that, he raised $180 billion in a single day. And SpaceX, what they're betting on here is AI and data centers, which of course are terrible for the environment. So none of this ties back to a good old myth that Elon Musk wanted to save the planet through electric cars. He has completely abandoned all of that and has now made $180 billion in a single day by marketing a company as an AI data center company, first and foremost. A quick check-in with the chat here. Dude, Little Uzi is not that short. I don't know. He seems a little bit short to me. I don't know which rapper was it that said that. You know, I'm 4'3", but standing on my money, I'm 5 foot. But yeah, you get the point. Same person. Sometimes I kind of feel bad for the Americans, but those same poor people vote for these idiot Republicans. Yeah, fair enough. But it is also because we're going to get there in a second. Elon Musk and people like him put so much, like ridiculous amounts of money into political campaigns. I think Elon Musk, we have the number a little bit below, put like 240 million behind the Republican candidates just in the 2024 election alone. So yeah, we have all of that coming up. How did Elon Musk get his money? Well, it all starts with his father. Of course, like any good businessman, step one, have a rich father, right? How did Elon Musk's father have his money? Well, he sold an airplane, and as part of which, of course, he had an airplane, right? You just working class guy has an airplane, which he sells. Elon Musk's father, he sells it, and in return, he takes shares of an illegal emerald mine in South Africa. So these are blood diamonds, emeralds being mined illegally in South Africa, which means that it involves slavery. It involves child labor, all of these horrible things that come along with blood diamonds. And as part of his share in the company, he was given rights to some of the emeralds that were being mined. So every time the mine would produce emeralds illegally, some of them would go to Elon Musk's father, who would then take them and sell them overseas in Europe and in the US and so on. So Elon Musk, being the son of this emerald, this guy getting money from illegal emerald companies, decides to migrate to the US, but he does so on a student visa, and then he drops out of the university, does not notify the American authorities, by the way, and is therefore technically an illegal immigrant in the US. Just a very ironic detail in all of this. Elon Musk is technically an illegal immigrant from South Africa to the US. With his dad being rich, of course, he gets a small loan of $28,000 from his father. As you do, step 2 of becoming rich, get a loan from your dad, right? And he uses this $28,000 to buy a company or to start a company called Zip2. And Zip2 was essentially an online city guide. So basically you could find like businesses in a certain city, and you could do it online. This was back in the 90s. It was pretty new stuff. Now, eventually he sells Zip2 for $2 million and buys PayPal. Step 3 of becoming rich. Invent something that there is genuine demand for in the market, sell it for a ridiculous price to another buyer, and immediately reinvest that money into another company. This, by the way, only made possible because of that loan of $28,000 from his father and because he illegally migrated to the US, let's not forget. Now, this is the last time that Elon Musk seriously invented something from scratch, because from this point on, everything he does is bought and paid for. He buys PayPal when PayPal already has functioning infrastructure. Years later, he then sells PayPal for $1.5 billion. Okay? He invested $2 million in PayPal, gets $1.5 billion when it is sold. Sorry, not himself personally. The company is worth $1.5 billion. He himself gets, I think, $300 million. He takes those $300 million and invests it all into SpaceX and Tesla. SpaceX has not been profitable a single day until today, right? So, by the way, like, this is just a side note on the capitalist theory here, because supposedly all of this is deserving, right? All of this is well deserved from Elon Musk because he is producing something at a cheaper rate that the market demands and therefore is able to turn a profit. That is not true. SpaceX has never been profitable. Tesla is now profitable, but let's not forget that it is only because of the tariffs that we have on China. Teslas are not cheaper or better than Chinese cars, but because you're not allowed to buy Chinese cars from BYD in America, there is no competition, and therefore the capitalist game is rigged in Elon Musk's favor because he owns the president that he gave money to. This is just to underline, although I am anti-capitalist first and foremost, even within the framing of capitalist theory, the supposed advantages of the capitalist economic model are not coming into fruition, are non-existent. Because even the advantages that you supposedly get by having the market dictate supply and demand are being cheated by the same people who claim to be the winners of capitalism. They are winning the capitalist game by cheating the capitalist game. They are not even playing according to the rules of capitalism in the way that Hayek wrote about. So, sorry, little side tangent. What does he do then? Or just to summarize how to become rich, right? Yes, he was of course smart to make some good investments, but the rest is luck. There are thousands of stories like Elon Musk where somebody makes a smart invention, gets to sell it for $1 million, right? And then invests that $1 million into a new company, but that company does not succeed. They go bankrupt, they lose all their money, and that's the end of the story. The fact that Elon Musk succeeded is not because he was smarter than everyone else. He just invested in the one company that happened to go from a few million to 1.5 billion. He won the luck of the draw. He did not work 1,000,000 times harder than the other people around him. He just happened to invest in the company that luckily exploded in value while he had shares of that company. So although there is a small part where of course you have to admire someone's capability to take money and instead of enjoying it, immediately reinvesting it, the real factor here, the strongest factor in his success is luck. Because one, he took money from his dad, right? That's 100% luck. You're born into that. There's no work required. Two, the companies that he invested in all increased enormously in price. And that happened 2 or 3 times until he eventually got where he is now, which is that he owns a million millions, right? That's what 1 trillion is. So, and last point, by the way, investment, although it is smart, it is not work. You are not producing, you are not working, you are managing capital. Precisely because, and you know, the finance bros will tell you this to your face, make your money work for you, don't work for your money, right? The whole point of investing is that you don't have to work. So of course, investing is not work. Otherwise, they wouldn't go around saying that. Now, the capitalists will, at this stage, still try to hold on to a certain idea that all of this is worth it, because eventually the riches produced by somebody getting very lucky will be fed back into the economy in trickle-down economics. And of course, eventually that person who generated all of the supposed value will have to be taxed. And that taxable income is good for the overall social welfare state. This is the sort of thinking that we have in Europe. But what they don't tell you is that out of that $1 trillion that Elon Musk now has, 0 is being taxed. 0. And I have a little diagram to show you exactly how that works. Here it is. Big picture, we're going to get there, but let's go step by step. This is how it goes. Step 1, buy. Acquire appreciating assets like stocks or real estate. Again, Elon Musk does not have an income. Elon Musk is not generally good at producing profits. He made almost all of his money from buying appreciating assets, from stocks. All of his money that we discussed just a minute ago comes from his stock valuations. So step 1, buy stocks, essentially, or houses, right? Step 2, take a loan against the assets. So once you have a bunch of assets that appreciate in value, you now have a high net worth. And now you go to the bank and you say, listen, I want to buy a yacht that is worth 4 million. Okay? But I don't want to sell my stocks, because then I have to pay capital gains tax. I will have to pay a percentage of the profits I made from selling that stock. I also don't want to have income, because then I have to pay income tax. So instead, how about I borrow money from you, the bank, and this can be infinite money, by the way, and I use all of my assets as collateral. So if for whatever reason I cannot pay you back, you can just sell my assets and you'll be fine. And these people have so much money that the banks are competing to get their money in the bank, and therefore they pay near 0% interest. So they get basically infinite money for free without any interest, using their assets, which they can then use and spend every day to buy the most expensive houses, to buy more assets, to go on yachts, to live a luxurious lifestyle, while spending 0 in taxes. Because technically they have not made an income, and technically they have not sold any investment. Stick with me. This is the part that people usually get confused on. What happens, right? Because you might think eventually you're going to have to sell the assets to pay back the loan, right? Or eventually you're going to have to sell the assets to pay the interest rate, because that is still coming from somewhere. No, you can pay the interest rate with the same money that you borrowed from the bank. So if you borrow $1 billion and the interest every month is $10,000, you can slowly spend that $1 billion on the interest rate. And if it's not enough, you can take a new loan. Or if it's not enough, like Elon Musk has done many times, you can borrow from your own company and pay the interest in that way. So the interest never becomes taxable income. And even if it did, it's a fraction of the money they're spending, because they have very low interest rates. No need to sell assets. Avoid capital gains tax. If it keeps appreciating, goes back to step 2, you can increase the amount of money you borrow, because your assets keep going up. So now you can live an even more extremely lavish life. Pays only interest. This is where I'm saying, don't get it twisted. The interest does not lead to taxable income. Let me switch myself over here to the other side so you can clearly see what we're doing. Give me. Let me just transform this real quick for you guys. Boom. And let's scooch over here. Sorry, this is all produced live. Lifestyle is funded with tax-free debt. right? Are you guys still with me? Everything you do, you pay for with your loan from the bank, which is 100% tax-free. Step 3, you die. Sorry, that's kind of funny, right? The third step is you die, and now this is the magical part that they don't tell you about. All of the stocks and assets that you own, you get to pass on to your heir, to your children, without paying tax. So you, in your life, have never sold your assets, therefore you never paid taxes. And when you die, you pass that on to another person, and they inherit it, get it for free. But now the valuation resets. So if you bought it for $10 and sell it for $100, you would have to pay taxes on the $90 of profit. But if you buy it for $10 and then die when it's worth $100, the valuation resets. The $90 profit gets nullified and is no longer taxable. And instead, your heir, your children, start the count at $100. So they only have to get taxed for whatever the stock is valued at above $100. Okay? Heirs inherit assets with step-up basis to current value. Exactly. That's what that means. Heirs sell assets tax-free to repay loan. Here we go. Because you're still thinking, where is that loan? Okay, the children inherit not only the assets, but also the loan. Right. But now, because the children have reset the valuation of the stocks, they can sell the stocks tax-free, 0 taxes, and use it to repay the loan, so they no longer have to pay interest. And bada boom, bada bing, you have cheated the whole system, and as a trillionaire, you pay 0 tax. Capital gains tax is eliminated entirely. Yeah, and that's the diagram, if you want to save that for later. Shout out to DeepSeek for doing that quickly. Gotta love the Chinese AI. So that is how the rich get rich and how they avoid contributing back to society and never pay any taxes. And what does this man do with all of this money? Well, obviously, Elon Musk is a Nazi. We don't have to speculate anymore. If you follow him on X/Twitter, you see constantly him reposting little groypers on the internet, talking about, ooh, that's an interesting theory, when the theory is just straight Nazi propaganda. Of course, we have the famous little salute he did a while ago. Let me just pull that one up for you guys, like in case, for whatever reason, you forgot about this. This was Elon Musk just having a little goofy moment here, getting very happy that Donald Trump won the elections.
You know, important, some are not, but this one
Having a little goofy laugh.
this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
That's a hard hit. That's what
My heart goes out to you.
his heart goes out to you.
It is thanks to you.
You
that the
being Adolf Hitler, I think. Let's just, there you go. I mean, if you don't know what that is, then you haven't been to history class, right? That's a Nazi salute. And again, it's not just this one little symbol. You have plenty of rhetoric of his that I'm not going to go through right now, but you can find it on his Twitter. I'm sure that today he posted some Nazi shit. What does he do with all his money? He spent $290 million on Republican candidates in 2024. He put $118 million to the America PAC, which was his own PAC, political PAC that he started in order to gain votes in swing states. And he personally gave $250 million to the Trump campaign. So on top of $290 million to Republican candidates, another $118 million to his own political PAC, which also supports Republican candidates, another $250 million to Trump personally. If you do the math, that's over $650 million that he spent in 2024 trying to get right-wing candidates elected. 650 million, by the way, is nothing to this man because he has a million millions. Let's do the math. 1 million. 1 million 650 divided by 1 million. Thinking. I don't need an AI for this, bro. Just bring up the calculator. Oh my god, man. Why is the calculator not work? Wait. I got it. Guys, I swear I'm good at math. Just give me 1 second here. That's 1,000. That's 1 million. Oh, it's the other way around, of course. 1 million divided by 650. 1,538. So if he wanted to do this again, if he wanted to give 650 million to an election, right? To AstroTurf, to fund right-wing candidates, he could do that 1,538 times before he runs out of money. This is nothing to him. That's why he can spend 100 million in a new party in the UK. That's why he can spend millions across Germany financing the new Nazi parties. Because all of this is pennies to him. He can literally win elections and it won't hurt his pocket at all. He could have spent 1,000 times more money on that election and he would still have a lot of money left over. Right? And once he got Donald Trump elected, by the way, what did he get in return? He got a direct role in the government. He was head of Doge, which was this government department invented by Donald Trump in order to allow Elon Musk to cut a bunch of programs. Elon Musk, as the head of Doge, cut 8.3 billion from global health programs. So all of the programs fighting against Ebola, hantavirus, AIDS, all of these programs that a lot of people rely on to survive were cut overnight. 200,000 federal workers were fired. This guy has a personal vendetta against the working class. He just wants to fire people while he has the most money out of anyone in the world. What sort of psychopath behavior is this, right? What could we do instead with all of that money? By the way, let's say if we take 99.9% of Elon Musk's money and leave him with a comfortable $1 billion, by the way, right? So this man is still a billionaire, but we tax 99.9% of his money, right? So we have damn near $1 trillion, okay? But we have 9,999 billion, and we leave Elon Musk with 1 billion, so he can still be a billionaire. What happens? We can provide clean water to 2.2 billion people. We can end global hunger for 25 years. 25 years of food for all of the starving people of this world if we tax one man just enough that he still has $1 billion left. We can build 80 million homes. I did the math. That means you can rebuild Gaza 50 fucking times. 50 times you can rebuild Gaza. And the UN is running out of funding, by the way. Right? The World Food Program is running out of funding. They tell us we cannot fund healthcare anymore. We have budget cuts last week in the Netherlands, saying that, yeah, if you're unemployed, the benefits won't last as long. If you get injured at work and break your leg or have some head injury, you're only going to get 1 year of payment instead of 2 because the state can no longer afford it. If we tax one man, we can build 80 million homes. Why is anyone homeless in the United States of America? What was the number? What was the number of homeless? Do you guys remember? 30 million. 40 million. No, 700,000. 700,000 Americans are homeless. And right now, one man has enough money to build 80 million homes. You could build 2,500 large-scale solar farms, by the way. Just like as a side note, you could just make the whole world dependent on green energy. Stop fossil fuels and stop global warming / climate change by taxing one man. And all of this, by the way, is a ridiculous way of measuring this, because all of this is like, okay, if we just take the money and directly spend it on this, what are the outcomes? In reality, if you have a project manager and a little bit of intelligence, you obviously are going to spend the money in an organization or a system that can reproduce the effects long term. For example, the Communist Party of China, right? What has China done with a lot less money? Fractions, pennies on the dollar compared to Elon Musk. With $100 million, they lifted, wrong way around. With $250 billion, they lifted 100 million people out of poverty permanently. They created, with an investment of 250 billion, they created the economic means necessary to lift 100 million people out of poverty in China. With 72 billion, they built 31,000 miles of high-speed rail. I forget what that is in kilometers, but I guess that's like 60,000 or more, right? So we could, with a fraction of that cost, build high-speed rails all across Europe. They spent 5.9 million to create DeepSeek. That diagram I just showed you, right? Produced by DeepSeek AI. With 5.9 million, they created that. And ChatGPT is worth what? $1 trillion? How much investment have we put into ChatGPT as a society? Trillions? Elon Musk is worth $1 trillion because he's supposed to give us AI. In China, they get that shit for 5.9 million. That's 5%. No, 0.5% of Elon Musk's wealth. And of course, you want to say, well, we need Elon Musk because we need rockets that will explode before takeoff. Yeah, in China, they just fucking rolled out these sea recovery reusable rockets. So rockets you can send to space and are reusable because they land in the sea and are able to be picked up and reused. Recyclable space rockets, fam, for $740 million. And you're telling me that in the West we need to give Elon Musk $1 million millions so that we can have SpaceX. I'm done ranting. Let's hear from the chat. Oh my God, so many messages. Okay, I see that. Okay. Feeds the normies. Okay, a little Uzi. You know who Elon Musk's grandfather is? Look it up. You will be surprised. No, I will not be surprised because I made that video already. I'm way fucking ahead of you. I made that shit 2 weeks ago. I did. I know who the grandfather of Elon Musk is. Thank you for bringing that up. I did not put it in the notes of this video because I already covered it. Elon Musk's grandfather was the leader of the Technocrats of America movement in Canada. Okay? What he advocated for was that democracy is bad, and instead, tech oligarchs should be the ones who run society in an authoritarian system. He wanted to create a Greater America project run by technocrats rather than a democracy. The Greater America project meaning America, Canada, Greenland, Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, Cuba, and all of the countries all the way down to the tip of South America being part of the United States of America run by technocratic dictators. So no wonder that he's doing all of this, by the way, because that is their big dream. And no wonder he found together with Donald Trump, because Donald Trump's grandfather at the same time was funding the KKK and the neo-Nazi parties in America. Sorry, not the neo-Nazi parties. This is in the 1930s. The straight-ass Nazi parties, like the actual Bund in America, the Trump family was funding at the same time that the Elon Musk family was the leader of the technocratic movement advocating for imperialism. Cult, by the way, says the chatter. Yeah, absolutely. Elon Musk, the American immigrant welfare queen, all his company made money by government handouts. Yes, absolutely. Oh my God, I'm so happy this chatter is in here to bring up these points. Exactly, man. That's the craziest part. He barely made the profit. And all of the companies he made profit off of have billions and billions of government contracts. It's our tax money that fed his success, right? We pay taxes so that he can make money off of contracts because his product is not profitable. And then when he makes $1 trillion, he pays zero in taxes back to us. He's robbing us. Like that's called robbery, by the way. No, he's not smart. He's an idiot. Me or Elon? Oh, Elon. He know how to fool Americans, and he literally sold 1930 science from science fiction as his invention. Remember Hyperloop, New York, LA in 30 minutes. Yeah, I do. I used to watch the Joe Rogan podcast before I fucking snapped out of it, right? Yeah, I remember Elon Musk on the Joe Rogan podcast in 2018, smoking that, and saying, yeah, I'm going to build a tunnel from New York to LA that will take 30 minutes to drive through. It's going to be like a conveyor belt that just fucking propels the fuck out of your car. And you'll go from New York to California in fucking 5 minutes, bro. Where is that Hyperloop, may I ask? I'm pretty sure Elon Musk actually throws Romans in front of me. Okay, I don't know what that means. Oh, Romans, I don't know. Second Thought on YouTube? Yes, of course I know Second Thought. Of course I know Second Thought. I was about to name this channel Third Thought just because I love those guys so much. The Deprogram, right? I'll throw it back on you. The Deprogram, that's the podcast they do together with Ugopnik, Second Thought, and an anonymous person from, I believe, Syria, but he doesn't want to disclose where he's from. I am new here, says new person, or no-name person. Yeah, thank you. I think that's in reference to me yelling at you about my previous video. Well, if you like the content, stick around. We do this every 2 weeks. You can find me on Instagram for short selfie videos, like more influencer style. But if you like the long form, check out all the videos we have on this channel. If you're watching this live, thank you so much for coming through. Stick around a little bit longer. I'm gonna do some small closing stuff. If you're watching this pre-recorded on YouTube, like, subscribe, send this to your grandmother, and let everybody know that I'm doing this because this is fully independent media, right? We live in an age where Elon Musk is throwing billions of dollars into political campaigns all around the world and funding, by the way, a bunch of right-wing media channels, okay? I'm doing this for free because I'm pissed off that he gets to do that, right? I don't take money from corporations, governments, lobbies, or even you, the viewer. Okay, I do it purely for the love of the game. This is a hobby. So if you fuck with it, share it around and stick around. And I'll keep reporting news from Europe and the rest of the world without a Western spin, without a capitalist spin, completely independent. All right. That was the last topic. Yo, no-name person, I really I love your vibe. Throwing Roman mean Nazi salute. Oh, yeah. I still have him on the screen, by the way. This whole rant, I've just been staring at this dude on the screen. So, yeah. Yeah, no, he does do that. He for sure does that. Thank you so much for coming out. What a fantastic live stream. I think we've been going for damn near 4 hours. Yeah, it's like 11 where I am right now. That's crazy. Yeah, I think I had a few more like little side topics. Like I guess, because there's still people in the chat, I can bring those up just quickly. I don't have like a long script or anything prepared, but good to just talk about it. Dutch budget cuts. I mentioned it briefly, but yeah, we're getting huge budget cuts in the Netherlands for like the 4th time since I moved here. In the last 5 years. Pretty crazy amidst everything going on, amidst people becoming trillionaires. We still have budget cuts. Iran war. What is the most recent news? Because Al Jazeera has been saying both things. They're like, oh, it's going to more war, less war. Every 2 seconds it changes. Let me just Al Jazeera Iran war. Let's see what they're up to. They have this like live update broadcaster. Iran war live. Let me put it on the screen. Iran war live. Trump says US-Iran deal to be signed on Sunday. Fam, that's today. like, come on, man. Where is it at then? Like, where is it at, bro? United States President Donald Trump says the deal with Iran will be signed on Sunday and that the Strait of Hormuz will be open to all immediately after signing. Trump's comments appear to conflict. You see what the fuck I'm talking about, man. You see, like, everybody is hopeful, man. Like, we're all like, fuck, the team order might actually arrive. United States President Donald Trump says the deal with Iran will be signed on Sunday. The Strait of Hormuz will be open to all immediately after signing. Next fucking point. Trump's comments appear to contradict Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghei. Baguette? I don't know. Who earlier said the document will not be signed on Sunday but could be in the coming days. Okay, never mind. They might actually sign it. But the thing about this, Israeli troop military says intercepted rockets fired at troops in southern Lebanon. The army says no casualties were reported after Hezbollah fired a rocket at Israeli troops in southern Lebanon. It adds that sirens were activated. Yeah, I don't care about the sirens, fam. Yeah, here we go. This is the problem. 13 minutes ago, Israeli strikes hits southern Lebanon's Nabeti. Israeli attacks are continuing across southern Lebanon, with our colleagues on the ground reporting an airstrike on the city of Nabeti. We also can report that additional Israeli airstrikes were reported in the Kfar Jos, also in the Nabate's district, while 2 air raids targeted the town of Blat. Okay, man, I'm sorry, I can't say these names. Israeli artillery shelling was reported on the outskirts of another town in western Bekaa. Yeah, so here's the problem. I think Donald Trump and Iran are both a little bit tired of the war. Iran is suffering a lot economically. Let's be honest. Iran has lost a lot of its leaders. Iran needs a little break to get stronger. Like, it is in the strategic interest of Iran, if they're thinking very selfishly, to take a break. But, and it's also definitely in the strategic interest of the United States. The United States has nothing left to win. I mean, they really fucked up in Iran. They have nothing left to win. So, I think both parties are getting kind of tired. But Israel insists on a war of annihilation. And they keep striking Lebanon. And Iran keeps saying, yeah, we can't do a peace deal if these motherfuckers over there keep starting wars left, right, and center. Like, if we can't restrict Israel in Lebanon, why would we trust them not to bomb Iran? It's a perfectly logical argument, right? Hey, Trump, stop them from bombing Lebanon, and then we'll trust that you can stop them from bombing Iran, right? Lebanon did nothing wrong to deserve this invasion from the Israelis. It makes sense. And Israel, knowing that, continues to provoke as much as they possibly can in Lebanon. 13 minutes ago, Israeli strikes hits southern Lebanon. Do you know what I'm saying? No-name person says, no, he won't. Netanyahu won't let him, or Trump is just straight up lying. Trump might be lying, but for sure I agree that Netanyahu will not let him do this. Yeah. I don't want to read this one, fam. It's too much. It's the same story over and over again. Like, every day you open the news, it's the same story. Trump is yelling about a deal that's about to be reached. Israel is committing genocide left, right, and center. And Iran is like, hey, can somebody like make a deal where we stop Israel? And Trump is like, no, sorry, can't do, right? Like, yeah. One interesting thing I will say to close on is that Israel has never been punished before by a country that they did not invade directly. So the fact that Iran now felt that they were in a position to strike Israel without Israel striking Iran first is a very monumental change. It signals that the power has shifted a little bit in the region. Before, Iran always would follow what they call strategic patience, right? They would never escalate the tensions. But for the first time, Israel invaded Lebanon, which is not Iran, and Iran struck back, and they actually acted on behalf of another nation, serving to kind of protect them. So that at least is a first in history. I will be back. Wait, let's say one last comment from no-name person. Trump is desperate more than Iran because America oil reserves are at 22 years low. Yeah, that's true. But the problem is also, like, it's not only Netanyahu. There's so many Christian Zionists in the US. Look at Elon Musk, look at all these other people that fund his campaign, that are very clear that if you don't do everything Israel wants, we'll stop funding you, right? Like, it's very difficult for Donald Trump to let go of his stance for Israel, because he'll lose the support of a lot of lunatic Christians at home. It's not just the Israel lobby. It's also just the American lobby that loves doing genocide, right? So, yeah. Look, I'm going to be back. What is it? I'll be back on Thursday, the 25th, with another live stream for you guys, where I will be talking in a lot more detail about Iran, Lebanon, and Israel. Let's see what happens by then. Maybe they actually sign this peace deal. Maybe the war restarts. Who knows? And I'll be having on a journalist from Lebanon on that day. It's already confirmed. And we'll also talk about, because today we talked about the Palestine action trials. The same trial is happening in Germany, by the way, from another action group there. So I'm going to have somebody on from Germany who follow that case very closely. And they are going to take us through that case as well. So if you like what you watched, come back Thursday, the 25th of June. Follow me on Instagram so you know I'll be live. I always announce it there. And check out all the guests we had. They're all in the description as well. And thank you guys so much for coming out. I think a few of you are still sticking around from when Ahmed came on. So that's amazing. I love that his community could come in here and chat a little bit. No-name person, goodbye. See you again. Thank you so much for being so chatty. It really makes this job a lot easier and a lot more fun. And you also really contributed some good points to the Elon Musk segment, I must say. I feel like our politics are quite aligned, so I hope you come back. All right, with that said, eat your fruits, eat your veggies. Stay healthy out there. Be nice to people. Get some sun while we have it. And don't forget to do a little bit of left-wing propaganda amongst your friends. That's it for now.